as recommended for us to do so that we can continue with the work that they've done. And we are here to prepare ourselves, honorable members, for the next 5 years, even though we have already started to do our work, but we want to sharpen our tools to perform our constitutional mandate to the best of our ability. Before we start this training, allow me to say a few words about guidance from the Constitution. This committee oversight work to ensure that policies are based on the will of the people and the importance of improving implementations of plans by checking on budget programs that cost can be linked to outcome achieved and the value for money is achieved. And it's unfortunate, team of our researchers, Shrib, that we have a case of telecom towers where we are going to do our oversight. And as I've said, the statement, our work is to make sure that budget is aligned with the outcome. And we are very not happy, even though we are starting. Already the legacy report has shown that the value of money is not there. There's no way even the department that's supposed to occupy the building is not happy. But we are looking forward to rectify that. We believe that this is a well-oiled team together with what we are going to assist us in the next 2 days or so. Will be in a position to do that, to make sure that we do our work properly. But and we South Africans are looking forward to us and to do a better work and working against the injustices of the past. It is the developmental task of this committee to improve the quality of life of all citizens and free the potential of each person. It is drafted in each of the plans from the national to provincial and also in the municipal integrated development plans, but they are often implemented or acted on far too slowly. But we hope when you'll be talking to us, you'll be equipping us. You'll also assist us how to fast track the plans that we have as government and ourselves as a parliament. This committee is serious about scrutinizing the work of the department and its entities so that they can improve the implementation. Our oversight approach is aligned with the developmental needs to improve service delivery and ensure that all public funds are spent responsibly and are reported on its compliance with transparency and accountable standards of law. We shall look at all systems of financial management control that must be in place to link cost with results to ensure value for money and enhance transparency, accountability, and oversight in government activity. As I conclude, facilitator, this administration and at all levels of government are guided by basic values and principles, including high standard of professional ethics, efficient, economic, and effective use of resources, which is your budgetary and human, and also the time that is spent to do all those programs. Act in developmental oriented manners that are responsive to the needs of people and be accountable and transparent. These principles align all government, politicians, administrators, institutions supporting democracy and academia, the media, business and religious and community organizations, and also society at large to work in unison. Whether it is the scrutinized administrator, make policy decisions, theorize or criticize, all of us have a role to play to improve our country. We wish all of us well over the next 3 days. Let us be like a sponge that soaks or takes the water and collects and sharpen our scrutinize and oversight tool. And I want to take this opportunity and say, all of us members of the committee, let's feel free, let's engage. As the facilitator has said, it's upon us to be well equipped so that we can do what we are supposed to do as democratically elected by the citizens of this country. And we must not forget that this is a GNU, it must then sink into our head. We're going to work together. Actually, we've been working as a GNU in different committees since the dawn of democracy. In a committee, it's a GNU. It's only escalating to, in a committee, it's a GNU. It's only escalating to executive now because in the cabinet, you've got different parties. But in all the years, we have been having a GNU. A committee will never be a committee without different parties. All parties that are represented in parliament, it's a GNU. Here in the midst of us, you've got the DA, you have Action SA, you have got MK, which is Radi, you've got EFF. We have different parties, and we have taken an oath. We have told ourselves that we are going to work as a unit, we're going to work together. And members, let us not disrupt ourselves. We must focus. We know why we are here. We are not going to play politics, but we are going to learn and sharpen our minds. So with these few words, allow me to take it back to yourself, facilitator, and continue in sharpening ourselves. We are your sponge. Take us inside the water and we'll absorb. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think remember the ones who.
Thank
so
you so
I'm,
much.
I'm not a speaker or a house chair.
No, sure.
So I may struggle to deal with the protocols and the rigors on how you deal with those things. So I will defer to the chair sometimes.
Thank you, facilitator. I want to thank the chair. By the way, I love this chair. And I just want to say that I echo most of what you said. And I certainly don't want this to become a portfolio committee in Parliament where we start raising political issues. But I must say at the outset, I did look at the program last night and I saw the word GNU loosely being used on the program. And I want us to desist from this because when we speak of GNU, and I do understand where the chair is coming from, and the point that she's making is that in this committee, we put aside our political differences and we merely focus on the task ahead. That I fully support. However, to use the term GNU, it's to suggest that as political parties here, we are part of this term that's loosely being used by the president and others, misused rather. It's very unfortunate. So I'd like to, at the start of the session, to appeal to my chair, whom I love dearly, that let's not use that word loosely. If we want to, we can talk about a coalition between the two, Kwagogo and the other party. That I can understand. But to say GNU and use it like this is not correct. As MK, we are not part of GNU. Thank you so much, facilitator. Thank you. Is that recorded there for YouTube or something? Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. No. Thank you. So may we please do the introduction? So I'll start with the member Marie here, and then we move around that way. Please, there are desk microphones. If we can please quickly do introductions for the record.
Erik Marais from the Western Cape, member of the committee.
Good morning, everyone. Really good to be here in Pretoria today. I'm Edwin McRae Barth from KwaZulu-Natal, also with the committee here today. Thank you.
My name is Fana Mokoena. I represent the EFF. I'm from the Free State. I'm residing in. Thank you.
Hello. Okay, my name is Gosnat Nimalo. I represent the MK party. I'm a member of the committee and from KwaZulu.
Thank you, facilitator. My name is Vispan Reddy. I represent the MK party, also from KwaZulu-Natal. And I just thought I'd just mention one little short thing so that at the beginning up front we know why we are here. As Chair pointed out, I suggested we have this particular workshop. What I'm hoping for at the end of the session is that we start to re-look at our entities, that they operate as business units and start to generate a profit, that they're not just a government department that functions using government funding. We should find a turnaround strategy at the end of all of this. Let's not be bogged down with theoretical issues, but rather how we can turn these entities to become income generating models that can be emulated by other units within Parliament. Thank you so much, Facilitator.
Thank you very much, and greetings to everyone. My name is Sipho Mahlangu. I am from Mpumalanga, deployed by the African National Congress. Thank you very much.
Good morning to all of you. Chair and our members. My name is Esther Lukosi. I'm representing NMC from Mpumalanga, and I'm the member of this committee. Morning again. My name is Carol Peer. I'm from Musina, Vembe, Limpopo province. Musina is just 13 km away from Beitbridge, actually from Zim, where we'll be engaging further. You'll tell us what to do. Maybe later you must, I want to advise if it's acceptable, because you are the facilitator and this is your time. You must ask members what are their expectations, because already has started to say what is he expecting, maybe to assist. But let me say, I've already greeted and want to say to my supervisor from the party that has deployed me, in the name of the whip, I want to make a special greeting to yourself, Mankos. Greetings to yourself. I must be redeployed. Thanks.
No, thank you so much. This is where kuhlekavulekileyo izibulisele isihlalo komiti nayikhona komiti ukuze umalungu abekileyo gama lami
greetings to the House at large, greetings especially to the chairperson, and it's good to see everybody again after the recess. I'm Malebo Kobe. I'm a member of Action SA and of this portfolio committee, and I'm from the Limpopo province.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nola Matinise. I'm the parliamentary official, committee secretary, supporting the portfolio committee on public works and infrastructure.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shoaib Dinais, and I'm the content advisor.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Stephanie. I'm the researcher of the Portfolio Committee on Public Works and Infrastructure.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Pendile Mkwanazi. I'm the DGG at the National School of Government.
Good morning. My name is Ndivo Nemacharani from the National School of Government.
Good morning. My name is Pumla Williams. I'm the fellow from the National School of Government. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, facilitator and chair. My name is Cassius Lubusi from the National School of Government.
Yourself, you are?
Good morning. I'm Khomotso Khadebe from the National School of Government.
Thanks. And the one at the back there? And she is?
Good morning. My name is Rebecca Dube. I'm from the National School of Government.
Okay. No, thank you very much. Oh, yes.
Party.
Thank you. So, members, I thank you once again for being here. We can start our program now. As I indicated, that some of the principles governing this is a learning experience. This is a learning engagement. We will do an electronic exercise of checking on the expectations. It will be electronic, so we don't do the mic. We will be making use of a lot of electronic tools in this engagement. There's a tool we call Mentimeter, which is what we will deploy as part of the engagement, and you will see the results here. So people will respond, and you will see the results immediately here. The background, as I said, is that we take a view as the National School of Government that every member of parliament or every public representative in South Africa today, as they are doing it in other countries as well, has to have a clear idea of the type of impact they need to make during this tenure. That you as a public representative, having joined, as I said, everybody must bring their experience into the table. If you take your experience under the table, you will disadvantage this session, you will disadvantage yourself, and you will not be able to come out of it having learned or having come up with the new ideas of how to become a better member of parliament, a better public representative. Which will take a view that says it's about 100 days since just over 100 days since parliament has begun, and set yourself a horizon of, in the next 5 years, as a member of parliament, what do you want to achieve? And in particular, as a member of this committee, what impact should this committee have? Of course, as I said, there will be contradictions. They are everywhere. All of us, even in our own families, we have contradictions. Some of us have got brothers and sisters who are on Nyaupe, but they remain our brothers and sisters regardless. It's a family contradiction. Some of us have got brothers and sisters who do the most undesirable things in society. And of course, they remain our brothers and sisters because we cannot throw them away. So there's a nature of life. It's a nature of what you do. And as a member of parliament, you could not have chosen who must be in the committee and who must become a member of parliament. So those are the contradictions that we have to navigate. But in navigating those contradictions, we've got to be thinking about the impacts that collectively will make. If someone was to write a case study of this committee 5 years later, what will they write about this committee? How will this committee have made, decisions that will have a greater impact in society? How does this committee agree and adopt what we will call a minimum program? It's all contradictions notwithstanding, but there is this one big thing that this committee will do, bringing all the experiences of the members who are here. I've read all your profiles, by the way. So when we do this work, I do that because we have to prepare. I think as a committee, you've got better diversity, better skills, better capabilities. I mean, I don't want to say things about other committees, but the other committees said they are critical but stable, Like when I looked around in your profiles, I think with the committee that you have, with the blend of skills that you have, there is a lot that you can achieve as a committee over the next 5 years. And we will be teasing out some of those things in the coming days. And in doing so, of course, it has to be seen in a particular context. Because as a committee, you must make laws, you must exercise oversight. There is a part of what Parliament ought to be doing, which we will deal with later, which has not really happened, save for few cases where members of Parliament have used the rules to initiate or pilot private members' bills and so on. You'll see that in the history of Parliament in the past 30 years, by and large, over 99% of laws that have been piloted in South Africa came from the executive. Or in fact, there might have been laws that emerge as a consequence of the courts making decisions that certain laws must be addressed. So part of what we will tease out amongst yourselves is, as you want to make breakthroughs as a committee, understanding the situation in South Africa, how are you going to use some of the powers that vest within you to pursue what you will call a minimum program, so that if there is legislation being piloted, it's not just a private member's bill, even if we call it that, but it's a bill that could be supported by the committee. We know that there are several examples like those ones. We're putting this, as I said, just as part of showing what are the issues out there. We are operating as public in an environment where the public that looks at us has got views about us, regardless of what we think of ourselves severally and collectively. The fact of the matter is, South Africans, they have views about us, and the media generates, these type of headlines. So, for example, the people who are cynical about Parliament and the work of Parliament and committees will be saying, look at the amount of unemployment out there. Is this committee seized with those issues of unemployment, for example? So if we were to pick that, because amongst these burning platform issues, the committee can actually decide that over and above getting your entities you oversee to get clean audits and to highly perform, you might also be responding to some of the things that are being said out there. Of course, as you are aware, one of the biggest threats to your portfolio is issues of climate change. To the extent that you are responsible not just for public works, but also for infrastructure, which presupposes that the South Africa's build program is a concern of this committee, because that is what the department is, public works and infrastructure. And because of the reference to infrastructure, it means the country's build program. And once you mention the country's build program, it means that some of your concerns are cross-cutting beyond the Department of Public Works. Of course, we have to define and look at the modalities for doing so, because building a dam is infrastructure. So how are you going to be interacting with that aspect of work when building a dam is a responsibility of another department? As a committee, those are the type of things that you need to think through, so that in the next 5 years, you'll find a better model of how you will provide oversight, you will provide political leadership on the issues of infrastructure, because if you do so, you may resolve one of the burning platform issues in South Africa, which is unemployment. Issues of climate change, as I said, are a big threat. So you may be interested in understanding, and tomorrow we'll have the CEO of CBE who can answer some of these questions as to if the model of building infrastructure in South Africa today is the same as a model of 20 years ago. It will mean that they will not be taking into account some of the issues, like on climate change and so on, because there might have to be changes to the standards for building. I know we are not a human settlement portfolio committee, but for example, if we're a human settlement, the question will arise: will we be building RDP houses the same way we're building RDP houses in the Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal, knowing fully well what the floods have been doing? Because the committee, in that instance, will have to take interest in that. Because if you don't make provision for water retention, for an example, it means these RDP houses will be flooded. And it might as well be that some of the places where these houses are being built, that they should never have been built there. Well, in some cases, we know that the infrastructure being damaged is not only that it is held by the state or poor people. Some of it is also in these expensive private developments and so on, where you might have municipalities approving those infrastructure projects regardless of some of the climate change concerns. So the point I'm making is, as you think about your work and your program of action, your minimum program, some of these burning platform issues must permeate, must feature. So the question of unemployment, for example, it might as well be that it become one of your metric as a committee, one of your metric for measuring performance. So which means the committee may have to move beyond just looking at whether or not departments have a clean audit and that there is no corruption. Because there is a burning platform issue in South Africa, which is unemployment. Of course, there is this big issue, which is issues of growth and so on. In the opening of Parliament, the President said that there's been standard growth for over a decade, and he goes on in that speech to make a proposal that part of the frontier for reversing, stunted growth and unemployment will be turning South Africa into a construction site. Right? And that most of these countries that are doing well, you can see South Africa is a laggard, even amongst other developing countries. Most of these other countries are doing relatively better than South Africa. It's because there has been an increase in fixed investment. I mean, South Africa, we're more excited about portfolio inflows, what's happening at the stock exchange, than we are about fixed investment, because fixed investment is what then creates value, create jobs, and people will accumulate skills and so on. So it is important that you should have a sense and take an interest as a committee to what is the contribution of construction and the build program into the GDP, employment, and so on. Because if that metric is absent, people will think the committee is self-serving, is fighting political battles, and so on. Each time we are asking those probing questions to the portfolio that you are overseeing. It may actually mean that in your own, welcome. It may mean as a portfolio that in your own design of your program of action, you may have to be asking that type of a question as the contribution to reversing this trend. And it is important that the committee should be in a position to do so. If you compare the work of committees in South Africa and other countries, I mean, we looked at work of committees even in the global north, actually, you will find that the committee spends so much time just dealing with issues of growth and employment. Even if the committee is a committee of home affairs, even if it's a committee of homeland security, something that may look like an internal and inward thing, that the members of parliament are preoccupied about what is a burning national platform. And you may be thinking about that as a committee to change the matrix for measuring, so that, welcome, Media. So that when the deputy minister comes before the committee, we are not just asking about what the AG has said. Because over time in South African parliament, which is why we have produced this type of these reports and cynicism, over time, legislatures are asking departments and CEOs and boards and others are asking them about what the AG has said. When in fact, the AG may tick all boxes. We get the clean, I mean, as NSG, I've seen even before my time, we've gotten a clean audit for 13 years. But we are not being asked about performance and the impacts of our department. Because we do so well on the financial and audit matrices, these other questions are not being asked. And so we say that as legislators, to be able to push the envelope and that the seventh parliament has to work differently and deliver different results to change some of these perceptions, that you may have to change your metric as you design your own program of action as a parliament. Because in the end, if the department is made of infrastructure and public work, and the president says, want to turn South Africa into a construction site, and you look at the composition of the budget, you see how much is allocated towards economic services and the build program, it means it must have a net effect here. And therefore, as a committee, you need to bring to bear all your capabilities, all your skills and insights towards asking those probing questions to reverse this, ask those questions, but also if means, in some instances, you may have to propose amendments to legislation, because by law you can do it. You know, there is a bill called, it got us into trouble in the presidency, this bill, this law. It became popularly known as the credit amnesty law. You know, the credit amnesty law, I mean, private sector, capital rebelled against it, but it went through. There was no legal basis for the president to refuse to sign it. Even as the banks and others, capital was objecting to it. It was a legitimate law. It was initiated by a member in parliament. It went through all the systems, and the president had to accent with, because there was not a single clause that was violating the constitution there. And it had to be signed. And as I said, I think only 99%, only 1% of legislation have come through piloted by members of parliament. So as a committee, you can change some of these things without you having to call and wait for the department to be piloting legislation. Of course, you can see what's happening with the GDP. I mean, we may be number one But Egypt, of course, people will complain if you were to do this. But as a committee, if you look at infrastructure trends in the continent, there are two big projects you may want to be looking at, and the committee could research this and give you some of the material. It's the building of the new city in Egypt. They've moved government out of Cairo into the periphery because they are decongesting, as well as the project, which is a project of Dangote in Nigeria, how the refinery was built, and how, as problematic as the situation is in Nigeria, they were able to strike a balance between private interest, local political interest, the finance interest, and so on. And it was truly a difficult project. I mean, Nigeria, here people talk of a construction mafia, they become disruptive at a level of the site and so on. In Nigeria, it's difficult just to get such a project approved. And it had a major geopolitical issues. And you can see, if you look at the performance of the Nigerian economy since that project began, you begin to see now that they are now even exporting fertilizer because it's a byproduct. So if you want to be looking at some of the major infrastructure trends, that is one of the area you may want to be looking at. And it shows in some of these. Of course, Algeria is doing better. That's because of fixed investment manufacturing. You're going to see Morocco climbing this because with the tariffs in the US against the Chinese EVs and so on, as we know, Morocco has a free trade agreement with the US. So what they will do is that they will move some of this production into Morocco. And then you're going to see them doing some changes. But of course, there is no gainsaying that you can have South Africa as being number one, but we all know what's happening in terms of unemployment. Now, this is an infrastructure issue. This picture that you see here of inequality is an infrastructure issue. And you are a committee responsible for public and infrastructure. And this is what is happening in South Africa, and it shows how unequal we are. And by and large, it is infrastructure that can actually address some of these, some of the concerns that you see here, and so on. Now, of course, we all know about the unemployment dilemma that is taking place. Again, I'll go back to why infrastructure matters. Because access to entry to infrastructure or construction jobs is relatively easy than access to entry in other forms of jobs. And we know, if you look at the numbers of young people who've been going through the TVET system, studying all manner of technical skills and so on, you will know that if something were to happen in South Africa's infrastructure, in the country's build program, you will see some changes in terms of this unemployment picture. And so I am saying that as a committee, it is important that you take interest in some of these numbers, because in your probing, in your engaging with this committee or other committees, if your probing is evidence-based, you will make much bigger impact as a committee than just people thinking that you are interested in what the AG has said about the department and its portfolio. And of course, COPA asks similar questions. This is what has happened in terms of the GDP. Of course, there was a COVID, which was a big issue, and it has begun to stabilize. You will get all of these slides, so you will have them. And this is a true picture, a true nature. I will show you a slide that shows you which sectors of the economy are doing relatively better than others. The first one, electricity, gas, and water, of course, because there's been a recovery from load shedding, so there's been some deployment and employment in that space as part of the recovery. The second one is finance, real estate, and business services. Here is where we should be interested. Construction. You can see its contribution to the GDP and its contribution to job creation here. And that's where there are lower barriers to entry for people. And that if indeed the infrastructure or South Africa's build program were to happen, you will see that this will change and it will begin to move up. Because you can't have government services being bigger than construction, because the elasticity of this is very limited. Whereas with construction, there's a lot more that you can do here. Okay, personal services like saloons and stuff like that. You know, some of the MPs now are cutting their own head home and stuff like that. So you will see a shrinkage there. And of course, these other labor-intensive sectors, you can see how they are performing. And so this, in fact, is important that its share, its contribution has to be seen to be moving out, and it must move out very quickly. And these are, issues of how people are seeing access to government services. This thing matters for this committee because, as I said, there's also even issues of climate change. When the school is blown away by the storm, schooling stops. And when schooling stops, there will be outcomes that will show in terms of access to education as well as the performance of those children. So it's an infrastructure issue because the school has been blown out. It is unusable, and it will show in the outcomes. And in the majority of cases, those kids who get stranded when there's been those natural disasters, it's going to be kids in poor and disadvantaged communities. So as a committee, when you ask questions about whether the schools have been rebuilt in Port St. John's that were blown away 4 years ago, it's not just because you love the small contractors, you want them to rebuild the school. It's because we are concerned about the education outcomes in that district where the schools have been blown away. And so your discussions or your questions to the department change immediately because we are now as a committee looking beyond whether or not the roof has been replaced. Because an answer must come. Where are those children learning? Whilst us as officials have taken 4 years to get a contractor to rebuild the school. What happened to the education of those children? This is a story that we know. Some of it because of environmental climate change issues, and some of it because of neglect. And you can see what the Constitution says: promote social and economic development. So we are not a committee to promote clean audit of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. That is just a fraction of your mandate. As a member of parliament, this is part of what you are expected to deliver on, to promote social and economic development. And therefore, if there is a decision that may be a clean audit, yield a clean audit, but is not resulting in this outcome, then it is problematic because it means South Africa is not moving forward. We all know what happened 2 years ago in eThekwini after the floods. They took longer to maintain infrastructure. And the consequence was that value was lost. They lost the tourism in July of that year. And also there were issues in December because of E. coli and so on. And part of the reason why that was the experience was just because of poor maintenance of infrastructure. So as a committee, then in your questions, this issue of maintenance, how much is being spent on maintenance? Is there maintenance taking place? Because maintenance is not a luxury. As they say in project management, problems downstream are a consequence of neglect upstream. Problems downstream are a consequence of neglect upstream. Even yourself as a committee, the things you ignore today will come back to haunt this committee 5 years later. So when someone is writing a biography of this committee, they will say, this committee stood a chance of changing South Africa's development fortunes. But the committee decided to narrow its focus and ask questions about, of course I'm being fictitious here, but the point I'm driving at is we need to be thinking bigger, as a committee. There must be nothing that you leave that is left to chance. Again, this will never happen anywhere else in the country. That this incident with the gas explosion has happened. This has not been, in fact, there is no final report. It will never happen anywhere in the country, neither in the East nor in the West. It's only just a South African phenomenon. And we come to accept that it is what it is. In fact, you may recall there was a bridge that collapsed, Greystone Foot Bridge that collapsed. I think it took 5 years before there was a report. I mean, in China, the designer will have met his ancestors within 2 weeks or so. In South Africa, it took 5 years. And the matter was never closed because those families must go through another 5 years to claim and so on. And I don't recall neither the Labour nor the Public Works Committee there probing the issue and so on. So part of what the committee could achieve as your game-changing thing is to ask these questions around rapid response to such crises. How we are managing our own state, property portfolio. And we know urbanization is a big issue. So this committee cannot not take interest on issues of migration and how urbanization has an impact on public infrastructure, because this department, this portfolio committee is interested in that. Now we make an argument as the NSG that the pursuit of the conversation about ethics must not be a pursuit of using the AG matrices. That because there was no corruption, therefore we are all ethical. That we must rather be asking questions about the development outcomes, where we look at the development outcomes. If the money is used on time, if the money is used effectively according to specification, and there is a clear impact in communities in pushing back frontiers of poverty, that must be our ethical goal. Because it would be unethical. There's nothing ethical about getting clean audits, but the outcomes are poor. There's nothing ethical about that. I mean, you are politicians, so I'm not talking to priests here, I'm talking to politicians. I mean, all of you from all your parties, you claim to be revolutionaries in your own way. So you need to think deeply about your own revolutionary morality as defined by your own political party. And whether or not your own revolutionary morality and this ethical standard will be satisfied if there was a clean audit but the development outcomes are poor. And that will be seen then in the manner in which you are probing those questions. Because, honorable members, as a public servant myself, once we've gotten clean audit, we've done our stuff and so on. And we have to think hard around this thing. Because it is not everything. Things may be ethical, may be legal, but we have to raise the bar. Some of you may recall in the Popo 2 years, 2016, after the election, 2021, there's a mayoral committee, they bought cars there for the mayoral committee because their cars were now 180,000 kilometers and so on. But there was an outcry in the municipality. The municipal manager, of course, we all want to impress if there's a political change, our new political bosses. They bought cars for the mayoral committee. There was an outcry, it became a national issue. And there was an ethical dilemma because there was some shortage of resources to fix some water infrastructure. And people said, you chose yourselves. You chose yourselves. You did not choose us. You postponed our needs, fixing the water stuff. You were perfectly legally entitled to the cars. And that because the municipality didn't have money, you went ahead and bought the cars. However, it was seen to be unethical. So in this instance, they were really digging deep into their own revolutionary morality. It said that, will you choose getting yourself new cars as a mayoral committee as opposed to choosing fixing the water infrastructure? So even as we call the department, I know we are calling the department soon, to be receiving the annual reports, we are all going through that ritual now. The pilgrimage is starting of going to Cape Town to present our annual report. And that, in fact, sometimes you feel as a public servant that because you've gotten a clean audit, you've got 90% target, the meeting just is routine, You end up being asked why there's few youth and one person with a disability. Those are important questions, but the issue is, what about the impact of the work that will have been delivered? Now, as a committee, you have no luxury to be confused. As a member of parliament, you cannot be confused. You cannot give signals that are also confusing. either to the portfolio or to the public in general. Remember that the decisions that you make as a committee have a broader impact in the construction sector and all its related activities. All of it. So if you were saying you are overseeing, you are not overseeing the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure and its entities. If you limit yourselves to that, you limit your impact. You limit your impact. The department is also responsible for entities that are regulating the sector as a whole. And that those regulations in the sector may result in transformation, may stunt transformation, may result in growth. So you have to be thinking about all the laws that are governed by this department. What are the consequences of them in society, in growth, in the economy? And you take interest in that. So we are not a portfolio committee. We are not like in Chinese term, every department or entity, there's something called a party secretary, you know, who supervises. We are not a party secretary of this department. You are responsible for the sector it regulates. Because the laws that they govern as a department are not the laws regulating the hundreds of people employed there only. The laws they govern have a greater impact in the South African economy as a whole. And you must take interest in understanding what is the regulatory impact. Is it impeding growth or is it unleashing South Africa's economic potential? And of course, you have to lead by example in that regard. You have to lead by example in that regard and ask these questions around ethics, leadership. Of course, that is what you expect from the department and from everybody else. And then there's this big talk now of consequence management. Consequence management is good, members. It's good. You must ask us those questions as public servants, ask the deputy minister, ask the minister whether there's consequence management. But the problem with consequence management is that we are asking questions after the fact. So the roof was blown away 3 years ago. The roof has not been replaced. There was a contractor on site, contractor out, money is spent, and so on. During that period, children were not learning. So when we're asking the deputy minister, has there been consequence management? Which means, has the chief director responsible been disciplined? They may say, yeah, he's been fired. But the question is, what has happened to those children? Because as a committee, remember the section 1.5 said you must be interested in more than just in the development impact, more than just asking questions about how the resources are used. And of course, even as members, this has happened. I mean, you will see there are these cases, we know the stories. We read about them. We read about them in the news. We read about them in various probes. We know the stories where committee members themselves have become entangled. Committee members get entangled. So I make a pastime. I read by the way the members the members register of interest. The members register of interest. It makes for fascinating reading. I read it from time to time to see how members are declaring and what they are declaring and how they are under declaring and in fact the whole misunderstanding even of that tool itself. But there is many of it that will never be seen there. Let me tell you, everywhere in the world, except for a few countries in Asia where such action is punishable by death, everywhere in the world, the people who are affected by the decisions of the Department of Public Works or this committee are interested in each of you. Everywhere in the world. There are lobby groups that are interested in the discussion of your committee. Because as a committee, you may be facing a situation where you must say yeah on a standard which may be in a piece of legislation being amended. Those people are a vested interest in what this committee. In fact, there are people who will be excited if this committee became useless. There are people who will profit from the inability of this committee to make qualitative impact in society. There are people who will benefit from, and of course, we know that the majority will lose as a result. And so they will be coming your way. They will be coming your way. So you've got to be thinking about how do you manage that severally and collectively as a committee, such that the minister knows that the minister is not going to make any private deal with any of you, even if you come from the same political party. Because eventually, as a committee, you must decide as a committee. I mean, okay, it may not always be 100%. There might be a minority report. But by and large, that is what you must strive for. I say this because there are histories, DG Lubisi and DG Williams might tell you about this. There is a history where, as a DG man, I realized, no, this committee is a problem. I just need to take the chairperson of the committee out for breakfast almost every week. That's where I manage the chairs. You know, the chair can dissolve a meeting. The chair can give direction, set the tone, and so on. There may be private interest as well who are doing so, because they are interested. The construction sector, big construction sector, is interested in each one of you, because your decision may impact on them adversely or positively. So the issue of ethics matters for you as much as it does for everybody else. And we are proposing that when you think about issues of ethics for yourself as a committee, because you must lead ethically, you must also apply some of the standards to the whole set. That this is a kind of a barometer that we are setting, as a portfolio. Because ultimately, it's about the constitutional obligations that we carry, not just certain sections of the Constitution about good governance, but other sections of the Constitution about the development impact in society. Now, I took this from Lee Kuan Yew says, you must have good men who have in government. As a committee, unfortunately, you can't make choices. The president has made choices for those who are governing the department, but these are type of the probing questions that you ought to have in the department, and set the standard and set the bar high. So, as I close, this is a summary picture of what I have been saying. That you've got to think hard about the policies of the department, the policies of other departments that may have an impact or an adverse impact on the work of this portfolio and the entities you govern. We have to think hard about how the system is designed and the impact it has on the developmental mandate. But also, maybe as a committee, you must ask these questions and solve the replication puzzle. Because we will come to you. We will talk about a great project that we've been doing, and we've been doing it for 5, 10 years and so on. But can it be replicated? Can it be replicated? Because as public servants, especially when we come, remember the DM and the minister, they introduce us and we do the presentations. And we regale you about how great we are, about these case studies. Can they be replicated? Because if they can be replicated, it means we are now actually mastering statecraft, we are reducing the cost, and that other provinces, other cities can benefit from the same. And again, it then changes dynamically the type of a metric we are using to measure the work that we are doing. Now I know that a member already might take issue with this reference to the GNU. The point is that you are a committee that must oversee an executive which has formed itself as a GNU. You are a committee. So to the extent that it works or doesn't work, it has an impact on the entire portfolio. So those are you'll have to ask that question. You'll use that word GNU when you're asking questions, because that is what it is. Because at that instance, we are holding someone accountable. Not yourself as a committee. We are holding someone accountable, because they will come and say, as a GNU, we've achieved the following. Then you'll say, as a JNU, have you, changed the frontiers of poverty? So you'll end up find yourself using the word GNU more frequently when we are holding someone accountable, because it's a commitment that they have. It's a commitment that they have made. Finally, on these three priorities, these three priorities matter because how the system works is a government is formed, could be one party or different parties. They adopt a program of action as a government. They make a commitment, the budget is then appropriated based on that, on the priorities of that government. And so, when we hold them accountable, even those who did not vote for it, we'll hold them accountable based on the promises they made. So a South African who did not go to vote does not forfeit a legal right to challenge a government on whether or not a government has met its own commitments. And that is why many political parties and other non-state actors will take a government to court to demand performance on its own commitment. And that's why it means people are taking interest in those commitments. In this regard, all these three priorities have an impact on the work of this committee. Because if the portfolio and the laws you make work, we must then see some changes in this regard. The last one about developmental states and building a capable, it relates to the questions I was asking earlier on. This question, because this is about capacity to execute. And those questions have to be, is there capacity to do that stuff? And if it's not there, what do you do in that instance? So what we will say to you as public servants is, hey, we don't have money, the minister will come and say that the budget has been shrunk. So what we are proposing is for a committee to be more effective is to ask this question as well and push the envelope and say, department, we understand that you may not have sufficient resources, you may not employ 10 more people, but there is technology. So is there a digital transformation strategy in the portfolio that we are overseeing? Right? How are they effectively using and deploying technology for them to achieve the mandates and the money and the budget that you as a committee has recommended and that budget has been approved? And so, in that instance, you should then be saying, is this department achieving more with less? Because as a DG, I always will say there's no money. Look, it's a default. And you see, you would be very unreasonable as a chair to be asking me more when I've said that. Right? It's a getaway pass for us as public servants. And we believe that as a committee, you could be pushing much more harder to get us to be more accountable about how effective we are. Because this public works of 2010 is not the one of today. There is no man. In 2010, we were busy procuring these things for the World Cup. Now, there is no helicopter flying over a stadium. You can imagine the cost of this. This drone is actually 80,000 rands. But in Gauteng, Department of Infrastructure and Public Works has they've stopped now, but they trained a few youngsters to be drone pilots. And they use drone with software. They can check in a site whether there is material and how much material is there and where is the height of the building. On the basis of it, they can approve or disapprove an invoice of a service provider. So there are possibilities that the department itself can achieve more by adopting technology than lament that we don't have money to hire. We don't have money to hire people because money will never be enough. We are inviting you to join more of the NSG courses. We have several of them. In fact, the Honorable Deputy Minister is one of our main students. He frequents the NSG, a lot. We can invite people from South Africa. We can invite people from Egypt, even virtually, to present to you the case study of Egypt and the building of the city, or people from anywhere else in the world, because we've got access to people from all over the world as part of empowering the committee, so that in the next 5 years, you will be a committee that will have changed the story as I said. I mean, I looked at the profile of all the members. At least this committee is better endowed. Some committees are critical but stable. Which means that this committee has got people who can engage with content and material, at a very sophisticated level. So we can provide that type of support. Let me play you this last part.
This is my favorite story of all. Remember who you are. There was an Undersecretary of Defense who was giving a speech at a large conference of like 1,000 people. And he was recently retired. So he was one of the former Undersecretaries of Defense. And he was standing on the stage, giving his speech, his prepared remarks, and while he was talking, he was taking a sip out of a cup of coffee he had in this styrofoam cup. And he sort of looks down and smiles and interrupts his prepared remarks. And he says, last year, I was the secretary, I was the undersecretary, and I spoke at this exact same event in this exact same venue last year. Except last year, while I was still undersecretary, they flew me here business class. I had a car waiting for me to take me from the airport to the hotel. Someone had already checked me in and escorted me up to my room. The next morning I came downstairs, there was someone waiting for me in the lobby, and they took me to this same venue. They took me in the back entrance, they took me into the green room, and they handed me a cup of coffee in a beautiful ceramic cup. He says, I'm no longer the undersecretary. I flew here coach. I took a taxi from the hotel to the airport. I checked myself in. This morning, I took another taxi to the same venue. I walked in the front door. I found my way to the backstage. And when I asked somebody, do you have any coffee?
Is it coming back? Okay. Oh, it's dead. Oh, okay. No, we'll play it again later. So the the moral of the story really is that as public representative or as public servants, so chapter 10 of the Constitution matters here. So we are all public servants here. We are public servants in a differentiated system as outlined in chapter 10. They are elected public servants and they are appointed public servants. Elected by the people, and then us we are appointed by those who are elected by the people. And so it is important that we remind ourselves of that responsibility and what is expected of ourselves as public servants. And that we have seen in the past where former MPs, MPLs, former chairpersons and whips and so on, they will have spent so much time fighting amongst each other between the chair and the whip, because the whip thinks I was supposed to be the chair, and the chair is fighting with the minister and the DM because they think I was should have been a minister or a deputy minister. And whilst that thing is happening, public value is lost. South Africans are poorer because we're pursuing individual interest or obsessed by the fact that there was parliamentary security escorting us around and all those type of things. And so this video is really saying that we must do this work with utmost humility. That the people we were friends with before we became members of parliament must become our friends after we have relinquished the position of being a member of parliament. That way, we will be able to move around in every space with relative ease, without people as when you used to own a business when it's down where I come from. But hey, it's like because we are no longer. So it is important that respect amongst ourselves, the respect within those that we are regulating amongst other members of parliament, and that we must manage contradictions actively, because there are contradictions. As I said, some of us have got brothers and cousins who are on Nyaope. They remain our brothers and cousins. So if you can manage it at home, you can also manage it within the corridors of parliament and within here. And if you develop a minimum program, what do you want to achieve as a committee at the end of the day, and negotiate and work around that, you will find that when we write your biography in the next 5 years, we'll say this committee on the 7th Parliament was the most impactful committee compared to others because you were pushing the envelope. We were asking more than clean audit questions because, as I say, we go to committees. If we've gotten a clean audit, there's nothing to ask. We want to complete it. Yeah.
That's what it means to lead.
Yeah. Okay.
This is my favorite story of all. Remember who you are. There was an Undersecretary of Defense who was giving a speech at a large conference of like 1,000 people. And he was recently retired, so he's a former undersecretary, one of the former undersecretaries of defense. And he was standing on the stage giving his speech, his prepared remarks, and while he was talking, he was taking a sip out of a cup of coffee he had in this styrofoam cup. And he sort of looks down and smiles and interrupts his prepared remarks. And he says, last year I was the secretary, I was the undersecretary, and I spoke at this exact same event in this exact same venue last year. Except last year, while I was still undersecretary, they flew me here business class. They had a car waiting for me to take me from the airport to the hotel. Someone had already checked me in and escorted me up to my room. The next morning I came downstairs, there was someone waiting for me in the lobby, and they took me to this same venue. They took me in the back entrance, they took me into the green room, and they handed me a cup of coffee in a beautiful ceramic cup. He says, I'm no longer the undersecretary. I flew here coach. I took a taxi from the hotel to the airport. I checked myself in. This morning, I took another taxi to the same venue. I walked in the front door. I found my way to the backstage. And when I asked somebody, do you have any coffee? He pointed to the coffee machine in the corner. And I poured myself a cup of coffee into this here styrofoam cup. He says, the lesson is, the ceramic cup was never meant for me. It was meant for the position I hold. I deserve a styrofoam cup. We all deserve styrofoam cups. As you become more successful, as you do well in life, you will be afforded many advantages. People will call you sir and ma'am. They'll carry your luggage. They'll hold doors open for you. They will bring you a cup of tea without you even asking for it. But it's not meant for you. It's meant for the position you hold. And when you move on, they will give all those things to the person who replaces you. Never, ever forget that you only ever deserved a styrofoam cup. Go forth and do well. Thank you very, very much.
I can assure you that there is no styrofoam cup outside. It's ceramic. Yeah. At least ceramic cup, yeah. So, members, before I call Dr. Lubisi is a distinguished fellow of the NSG, former DG in the present and having served elsewhere. Let me maybe take 2 questions, if there are questions. 2 questions whilst they prepare. We will do the other expectations after that. So if there are any questions or comment or reaction, as I said, we will give you all this material and more. There's many cross-references that we will give you which are not here, including the PARI report. It will be good for you to read what people say about Parliament, although there will be sections you will read where you think they don't know a Parliament, these ones, but still good to read. Any questions or reaction, maybe 2 before, please proceed.
No, thank you so much for the thought-provoking presentation. The area that I want to speak to is on the question of the GDP as well as the investment in line with dealing with the challenges of today, the poverty, unemployment, corruption, and inequality. You have, on your presentation, outlines that here is the problem. And you, down on your presentation, you mentioned what become the responsibility of the committee. But I more feel like we have identified the problem, but we have not yet came up what should be the solution. Or you leave it to us as a student that the student will see how do they come up, because maybe the intention is to open us up with the reality. Then with the powers vested to us, we should see what have to be done. But it's important also to identify the problem, but also must come with a solution to the problem. That's an area I wanted to speak to. On the GDP contribution, I feel like without first contesting what is been presented, this tells us that also, I think there is more work that is done on infrastructure development that is not yet collected in a way that it can give a clear picture of what is being done in our country and its contribution to the GDP, which is also a work that is left with us. That it means that there's a lot of work to be done. For instance, can't be saying that the president says that our country must be a construction site, and then what then that respond to. Thank you so much.
Okay, Member Raby.
I think, firstly, I was quite impressed with your presentation. It was very well presented, and I think the information given was extremely valuable. There's just two issues, and I find this to be quite common in many of these workshops that's held in the government space. That is, we do not factor in this political dimension of the space. The fact that all of us that sit in these committees as so-called honorable members are actually from different political parties with competing political interests. And by its very nature, what is happening is we sit here trying to convince each other of our particular position as a political party. And in some of these areas, there's vast opposition. I'll give you an example. We'll take the NHI, for example, a common thing. Some of our parties here come with a particular mandate to advance the NHI. Others have a mandate not to do so. And there'll always be this type of conflict. So we sit around the table and we agree about collective decision making and working as a team and all those lovely things. But when we get back to our manifestos and we find that they differ from the other political parties, that's where the conflict arises. So what I want to suggest and propose is that at some point, when we are in parliament, it's actually a battle of ideas where political parties in a well-managed environment are trying to convince each other of their position. But I've yet to see where somebody stands up in parliament and say, I belong to this party, I belong to the DA, and I finally see the light and I support MK Party on its position in economic freedom for all our people. I've yet to find something like that. It just hasn't happened because they are there in parliament because of that position that they hold. Now, I think what we have to do, facilitator, is at some point try to find areas of commonality among us, because there will be. And it is those common traits that we have that we can use to actually advance an agenda that betters not all the people, but the majority of people, who may not always be our supporters. We may belong to a party that has a minority of support within the broad population in the country. And so obviously you cannot sacrifice the majority at your selfish sort of agenda. My last point is about the point that you made. I actually WhatsApped this to the other committee that I serve. It's what you said about clean audits without developmental outcomes is unethical. I fully support that, and I think it's something that Parliament needs to grasp, because there is a notion that says that we all aspire for clean audits. I will show you municipalities in KwaZulu-Natal that have clean audits, beautiful municipalities on paper, but zero delivery. Right? So if we all aspire to have clean audits, it's something that's achievable, but you do not achieve your developmental outcomes. And I agree with you, it's unethical leadership. And just for political reasons, let me just throw this in. The question of an executive, the executive in Parliament being referred to as GNU, is also misleading. I think let's accept a template here that can be used in the future even if there's no GNU. So the template would say that we hold the executive accountable. Today, this executive calls itself a GNU. Tomorrow, it may not be a GNU, but the principle of how we hold them accountable will be the same. I don't know if I'm making that clear. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Member Mkwena, I think you had your hand up.
No, thanks. My input is inspired by my colleague there. And I'm glad that we're kind of starting from a theoretical, sort of academic approach. I'm worried that we're not going past the stage of developing, so that we can settle our people in South Africa. So I want to make a comparison with DRC, which is much worse off than we are. The population is much higher. I think they're sitting at 99 million. We're sitting at 59. Their GDP is a third less than ours. No, actually, it's 10 times less than ours, because I think they're sitting at about 6, and we're at 6,000. At 600, and they're at 6,000. Yet the major cities, places like Kinshasa, Lumumbashi, they are literally a construction site as we speak. And that construction, which started literally around 2020, 2021. And that move to increase construction for purposes of the public has decreased their unemployment from 22% to 21%. How is it that South Africa, like you mentioned there, that the GDP is #1 in the continent? How is it that South Africa is struggling so much with infrastructure? We know in North Korea, for instance, that one of their major drive in developing their economy was through infrastructure, and they developed their GDP, their economy, within 10 years to being one of the best in the world today. What is it that stands in our way to develop our country in such a way that it, and also one of the key things that South Korea has mastered is maintenance. We're failing at building, but we're also failing at maintaining. What are the blocks that we are experiencing that we're suffering so much? That's all. Thanks very much.
Thanks once again. I want to appreciate and join my colleagues in appreciating your presentation and the provocation of the mind. Indeed, you have provoked our mind, but you know, the question that comes back to my mind is that we need to check unemployment versus technology. We've got a responsibility as the committee and the department as well to deal with unemployment. As the president in one of his speeches has outlined that we must be a construction site, and in terms of construction, it means you'll employ more people if there's a lot of construction project happening. But there's a technology issue. In your slide, you have shown the helicopter and now the drone. When you look at a construction site, I heard there's a new technology that is coming in. You no longer put a brick, but there's a foam that is taking a shape. It means in the next 5 to 10 years, long run, you no longer need bricklayers. You'll be dealing with a foam, if I'm correct. Therefore, how do we then try to secure the jobs when the country is moving towards technology? And the question is that we need to reduce unemployment. Maybe you, as you will be deliberating further and will be educated, we need to, because it's all about the set of mind, how you think, and try to assist South Africans in bettering their lives. Because I think technology indeed is coming to take away jobs, and we have a crisis of unemployment. So the two, I find it, there's no balance, and we are going back as we are saying we want to do away with unemployment. The second one, it's your climate change. Yes, across the country, all of us were experiencing a climate change. As I've said when I introduced myself, I'm from Musina. And when I grew up, it was the worst or the hottest area. It can go to 44 degrees Celsius. That's where I'm from. But in the 2 weeks that I was home, it was very cold. And that we are not used of it. One thing that makes me not to stay in Cape Town is because it's cold. And my blood is always, it has adjusted itself to a hot place. So the climate change on its own, it affects the construction site. And then what needs to happen? I remember sometime in 2013, if not 12, we had COP17 in Durban, and I was still a mayor. But I don't see the result of that COP17. And today we are faced with climate change. We might be having different engagement that will seek to want to find solution and be ready for the climate change. And I think already climate change is here, as you've said. You have experienced the disaster in KZN, in Eastern Cape and other parts of the country. But then for us, you have given us, or you have provoked us not to only think of the audit outcome, but to think what will change South Africans. So now we are starting to shape and redirect our mind. If we play an oversight, we must do our work. Then we must think beyond the audit outcome. We must think beyond what the government, the department will be doing, but what will be the benefit of South Africans. So with this regard of climate change, how best are we supposed to deal with this fact? We must not sit, all of us we know, we have good policy documents, but implementation is a problem. Maybe we need to look into that and you assist us I thought even when you were making an example of the school, you'll go further with the recent challenge that has happened or a crisis in George. And this committee must deal with it. What will be your advice? We are waiting, DM. Unfortunately, you are here. We are still waiting, and I believe, Nola, when we wrote, we gave them until the 30th of last month. We've started a new month. We have not seen a report. Maybe still in your office, you're still bringing it to us. But if not, what will be our way forward? Because we've got two issues that we must do, Shripe. It's either we go for a public hearing there in George, but when we go for a public hearing, what will be the point for us as a committee to look for? How do we then rectify and prevent what has happened in George? You've lost lives. You've made examples that you will take even 5 years, even for those who were affected or infected by the crisis, for them to claim or to get closure. This committee must deal with it and have closure to the people, the tragedy that happened in George. Then, oh my God. Reggie. Then what will be your advice? Because we are here and it's part of our work to deal with the matter. Can you assist? We have invited you to give us more knowledge. And maybe at the end of the 3-day capacity building, we must have timelines, we must have points, what to look for when we are going for we are going to George. We must not just do that for compliance, but it must have impact. And we must prevent what happened in George. And remember, colleagues, there is a notion out there that mostly it's foreign nationals, but they're human beings. And it happened in South Africa. So it becomes the stats of South Africa that you have a collapsed building that killed people and all the stuff. So I wanted you to try and assist us. It's not a question per se in all that I've raised, but it's a provocation that you brought to my mind. But I want to say we are looking forward. Thanks.
Okay. No, thank you, members. So try and combine some of the questions. I mean, based on what I've seen in other jurisdictions, what I've seen happen in other countries, is that a committee of members could take the first 6 months of their tenure, receiving a lot of briefings and engagements, or could be workshops and so on. In South Africa, the practice has been that when the committee is in session, the committee is receiving a report because it's looking at legislation or is engaging with the department. One of the things we could do as a committee, legitimately so, is to have workshops and sessions with different organs of state. So, for example, you could have a full day with all the professional bodies in the built environment, where you are asking them some probing questions, what they do, and so on, and what the consequence management issues are. So CBE, entity of the deputy minister, and several others could come before the committee, because that will also advance the frontiers of knowledge amongst yourselves as a committee, as committee members. You will know, I mean, for example, it's an issue of your committee and the issue of the Committee of Labor. There are many buildings that are burning, but those buildings have a COC. And how come there's electrical faults that burns a building, yet there was an engineer who issued a certificate, and so on. And those are professions that are regulated by the department. So I will recommend that you spend what remains of this calendar year getting a lot of experts, getting a lot of these organizations to come to you. There are people in higher education who can come and do umkhabulo in the committee where they are briefing you on something. I mean, there is a team, for example, of scholars at Wits University who have studied some of the blockages on the procurement of infrastructure projects and what the problems are in that regard. They can come and share. You can actually, as a committee, we are within your right to have other departments or entities come to brief you that are not necessarily part of public works. So the Department of Environmental Affairs can come and make a presentation on climate change and adaptation issues because those have an impact on your portfolio. We are within your right to do so. You can call Treasury to talk about what the blockages are and how they are using Vulindlela. You can call them to talk about PPPs, as Treasury, what is the experience and how that can be unlocked, which means that some of the questions can be answered by the committee exercising its authority to bring any organ of state to come before the committee to give a particular briefing or to answer certain questions. And my concrete recommendation on the climate change things, for example, is to call the Environmental Affairs Department to come and do their briefing on how far they are and the impact it has on the construction sector in general. And there will be several others. Where we are doing information sessions, as NSG, we are happy to convene at least a committee support staff. You don't have to pay for that. We charge, we're a self-funding department, so we charge for our work so that I can pay the salaries and so on at the school. But by and large, we can convene people in information sessions and bring them because we are at the disposal of all organs of state spheres, including MPs as well. So any support that you require, we can make that arrangement. Now, the issue is growth, right? There's a problem of growth. Countries that are growing globally are countries that have a higher level of investment. In particular, fixed investment. So there will be investment in infrastructure, which means there's bricks and mortar there, or it will be investment in manufacturing, or there might be growing, agriculture productivity. You saw our rate of agriculture exports are rising, but the share of employment of agriculture is not increasing because of mechanization taking place in agriculture. In fact, if you look at TikTok, you will see the type of equipment and machinery that is being used in agriculture. People don't pick potatoes now using bare hands and so on. Of course, topography is not the same. So some of them are scary, but they are in the US, vast tracts of flat land. In South Africa, in the Free State, there will be places like those where agriculture is highly mechanized. However, technology is not displacing labor at a major scale. Technology is displacing people who can't use technology. That's what it is doing. In the construction space, I spend a lot of time in China. I can tell you now that the machines that you see that are doing bricklaying and plastering and so on, they are not using them. It's human beings that are doing that job there. But those Chinese, the territory about is actually Chinese technology. They are platoons on Chinese construction sites. Of course, they are using technology, and that technology is man-driven, is programmed by human beings and so on. So the challenge in this regard, Chair, and Member Mkwen, is how then does the skills revolution in the built environment space give young people advanced skills than just train them to do bricklaying? Because if we are just training people to do bricklaying only, we are limiting their life chances. So if you then introduce or push for a skills revolution, especially in the public workspace, it means those young people who are in the public works program are not only gaining bricklaying skills, but they are gaining other skills. There is very few South Africans, in fact, even white South Africans, who are learning the skills of driving rigs, these big complicated rigs. There are very few who are learning those type of stuff. So something ought to happen in the artisanal, vocational training. There are very few tool makers that we are graduating in South Africa today. And so to sort that, and you still need tools, even if you're using technology, you still need tools. CNC machines, these computer numerated machines, are still programmed by human beings. They are maintained by human beings. In some cases, are controlled by human beings, which means to give South African youth a fighting chance, you've got to give them good quality of skills. Of course, in China, with what they call new driving forces, everybody is now learning advanced manufacturing skills, which means they can do much more sophisticated things as blue-collar workers than they did 10, 15 years ago. And as part of pushing structural transformation of the economy, that is where we need to be focusing on. Construction matters because it can be, absorbs more numbers than others. You can enter without a skill and you can emerge without a skill. Having a job as a teller in a supermarket, like most where the retail space is happening, you don't really learn much. You just need to be tolerant and resilient of the problematic people passing through the till point. Whereas in a construction site, you can enter as a bricklayer and you learn other skills because whilst you are busy plastering, there is also an electrician next to you. So the kind of skills that you can gain in that space can be much more life enhancing than a job as a teller. So GDP matters. There's data on GDP. You can look at GDP and life expectancy, then you know what's going on in a country. That as GDP grows, life expectancy is growing, which means the overall welfare of the people is getting better. Or you could look at GDP and inequality, which means GDP is going up, but labor productivity is stunted, the earnings and the wages are declining, then the gap is rising because of inequality. Also, GDP sometimes also factor in what goes on in the stock market. And what goes on in the stock market does not always have a major impact on what's going on in the shop, in the factory, or in the shop floor. Remember, as you came here, and I'll challenge you when you leave here to your various destinations at the end of this, just count how many cranes you see in the sky. The more cranes you see, that's a proxy for construction taking place. This city we are in is a very old city. Elsewhere in the world, cities as old as these ones are being retrofitted. So there are more cranes rising because they are being retrofitted, buildings are being pulled down or they are being renovated and so on. And there is very few cranes that you see in the city. I can't answer the question here. We may have to look at it. Because there could be 3 or 4 reasons why one city, I was listening to the proceedings of a discussion. We know metros send construction money back, infrastructure money back. So what could be the reason? It could be that there is no capacity inside the system to procure, because procurement is complex, especially we did a skills audit of various departments, including public works. There are departments responsible for infrastructure that don't have a single qualified engineer. When you don't have a qualified engineer, it means you must get a consultant to sign off the drawings. So professionalizing the state and getting engineers and those type of professionals is one way of unlocking value, because we send money back. Because to procure a 10 million rands project takes exactly the same time as to procure a 5 billion rands project, and the issue is planning skills inside the institution. You have more capacity to do that in the SOEs. In fact, AXA has better capacity for doing that than inside the state. And in the past, it was the reverse in the past. So professionalizing the state will be one way of unlocking this type of value, because colleagues are unable to write specifications. And once the project is awarded, there is poor management of contracts. That is why we pay 100% of the budget when the project is 40% complete. I mean, it's just, it doesn't make sense, right? But in some cases, because there is poor contracting taking place there. I will argue that we must use data as a frontier for decision making as a committee. Get as much data as possible, as much evidence. Call Stats SA. They issue reports on construction, I think, every quarter. Municipal construction report. Call Stats SA to unpack that report over time. Because the SG will explain to you what is happening in different municipalities and how those numbers are computed and what is the impact thereof. Because the other issue is it could be capital. I don't think it's always capital, which is money. In some cases, and DM will know, they get very frustrated with us as politicians because they know there is money and there's a project that was announced, but the project is not happening. Of course, in some cases, it could be capital or the quality of expenditure. In the private sector, there is money being deployed, but it's largely being deployed in retail. So it's good temporarily because there's a big shopping mall coming up, there's some construction jobs, and you can get bricklayers from Mozambique, they are paid per brick, and they fast and so on. And then after that, there will be some low entry jobs of people who are running in the till shops and so on. That's where it is. And as you saw in the slide, there's also business services. That's where it's office space and people who are consulting and so on, and they are building those office blocks. And we know that there's overstock at the moment. But finally, the problem is manufacturing or industrialization. Because if you push industrialization, you are able to have a better development outcomes. Because in fact, you may be aware that NUMSA workers are the most highly paid blue-collar workers. And because they work in a sophisticated manufacturing space, they are the most highly paid manufacturing, blue-collar workers. Because to work there, you need to have those advanced, artisanal skills to work at Roslyn and Toyota and places like those. So this is where the focus ought to be. Hence this question, what are the development outcomes of the work we do other than just the clean audit? And that when you say a school has been built, 100 million has been spent, you can then reverse and say how many jobs created, are they sustainable, what will be the maintenance and so on. There are many public institutions or infrastructure that have no maintenance budget attached to them, which means if the roof collapses because of climate change, they will be in trouble. So we can bring a lot more people to come and engage you on these things, including environmental affairs explaining to you how long it takes to issue an EIA. If the EIA takes a year, construction project will delay, money won't be deployed, and then it will spill over to the following year. So these are all moving parts that will impact on your work. Well, remember it, as I said to you, life in general is a continuous struggle of managing and balancing contradictions. That's what life is about. You will not have contradictions in life and then enter a portfolio committee that is contradiction free. So personally, I have read all your manifestos in detail, all of them. I read them. I can tell you this, I've said this even to some ministers. Especially on areas concerning this portfolio, there are very few contradictions. I've read your manifestos. There are very few contradictions amongst the political parties in this committee on the responsibilities. All these committee members, all political parties say increase investment in infrastructure. The name of a department is Public Works and Infrastructure. All of you talk about building state capacity. I have mentioned if you build state capacity, you have more professionals, you will have better development outcomes because professionals will do the contracting and do it, in a more efficient way. All your manifestos, except for one party, they mentioned the word industrialization less. I can mention the parties without opening the debate. I think the EFF mentions industrialization more times than the DA. and other parties. But all of you mention it. Everybody. And everybody talks about clean governance. It's in those manifestos. So I'm saying, in regard to the portfolio we are responsible for, there are very few contradictions. So it is possible for you to have a minimum program and build the capacity of the committee to pursue that minimum program through information, through engagements, through pushing the envelope on the department, and by looking beyond mere oversight. By having discussion papers, if that's what you want to do as a committee, by attending conferences, by inviting international speakers. There are limitations to what the committee secretariat could do, but I tell you that there are researchers and universities who will be very happy to come and make presentations to you because data is available. You don't need to agree with them, but you must listen to it and then make up your own mind out of that. So, yeah, that's what I will say for now. We will continue to get, NSG will provide the support on an ongoing basis because we are mandated by law to provide any training or educational support to anybody who is a public servant except for the judiciary. Don't ask me why, but that is how things are. DG Lubisi, it's your turn. Well, if members, yeah, we can do that. So let's take a 10-minute break then, and then we'll come back.
the retired Undersecretary in the U.S. For Defense was speaking about. But I'm very thankful that I don't have a polystyrene cup. Thank you, NSG, for giving me a cup that still breaks. It's always a difficult thing to follow a scene-setting, broad scene-setting presentation as that done by the DG and principal of the National School of Government, because it's all-encompassing and basically covers everything that you shall be doing in the next 2 days. Now and then people will come in to emphasize certain things, AG and the colleagues from the CBE will be more specific. Pindi will deal with issues relating to the case study, so it becomes more practical. I'll acknowledge the DM who was still outside. Thank you very much for coming, DM. So I will go straight. I was asked, in other things that I do in the NSG, I tend to be a bit too long. So I was deliberately asked that just cut it by half. So I decided to cut it by more than half. And lucky I was that Busani has already said everything I'm going to say. So what you are going to hear is emphasis more than anything new. And most of the things I'm saying, anyway, you are already doing. You've hit the ground running. And as a great Latin American writer says, in some of these things, you make the path as you walk it. It's in the rural areas, there's no caterpillar that comes and does a road, or it's the people's feet that make the path. So they make it as they are walking it. So part of your work will be that, indeed, making the path as you walk it. Based on those who came before you, because we always stand on the shoulders of giants in whatever we do. We don't pretend that we are starting something new. We are building on what those who came before us have already done. Okay, now. This thing requires some patience. I want to move from the Constitution. The Constitution of the Republic, Section 55, Sub 2, says the following. The National Assembly must provide mechanisms, A, to ensure that all executive organs of state in the national sphere of government are accountable to it, and B, to maintain oversight of the exercise of national executive authority, including the implementation of legislation, and Roman Sub 2, any organ of state. This is absolutely critical, because this is where we draw the mandate. And when it talks to mechanisms, this portfolio committee is one of the mechanisms designed by the National Assembly to ensure that executive organs of state are accountable to it. It's one of you are the foot soldiers of the National Assembly to ensure that you do the hard work, the spade work in the area of public works and infrastructure, so that the National Assembly is a kind of plenary. But the people who do the spade work is this committee in relation to public works and infrastructure.
Now, clearly then, in summary, it is the constitutional imperative of this committee to play an oversight role over the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure and its entities. And I'll come back to this matter later on, including that the department and its entities fulfill their mandate as expressed in national legislation. You deal with a wide range of legislation, which determines what happens in the department itself, like GIAMA and others, in the various entities like the CBE, the IDT, and other agencies. And that the department contributes to national development. Sometimes I go too fast. This thing requires some patience. Because what it does, you press and it takes its time. It's not going according to my pace. The department obviously contributes, what Busani has been saying, to national development. That's what he was saying. It's not just issues you are dealing with, apologies, Chair. Fortunately, that's it's warm liquid. I remember in one Foresight workshop, Lisija Khanyago was still DG of National Treasury, and we were meeting in the Val. Lisija accidentally bumped onto his water in a glass, and the water messed up the files of various DGs sitting next to him. And Joel Neshitens, they say, no, don't worry, it's not the first time that National Treasury pours cold water over our plans. we had great fun at the expense of research. Because we come up with plans and they simply say we have no money, get lost. So that's why I'm saying it's at least it's warm. So the issue of contributing to national development, I just want to emphasize, because you are a contributor to contributing to the National Development Plan and the Medium-Term Development Plan, which is in the making, and will guide government during your term of office from 2025 to 2030. Because at the moment, the current plans that were adopted in the previous administration are still in force. So it becomes absolutely critical to have a broader, while I'm talking about the department and its entities, but it must be understood that it is within the course of national development. Now, one of the key, as I said, tasks of the Portfolio Committee on Public Works and Infrastructure is holding the DPWI and its entities accountable for its actions. Because some actions are not planned for. They are not planned for actions. They are actions that are ad hoc, but have serious implications for the work of the department. And so what this then requires is vigilance. Because some of these actions won't be planned for, they won't be written anywhere. But you have to know and keep on watching, because the department and its entities has to be accountable for its actions. Its policies, in which you participate in developing. Because there can be no policy that you don't question. You have to. It has to come before you, and you have to make contributions. The white paper on public works and infrastructure. You have to engage with that. there are new developments that I will speak to later on. We've spoken about the budget, including budget allocation reviews that you do, essentially on an annual basis, producing those BRR reports. Scrutiny over budget use, and we've spoken about this in the earlier discussion. Because you can have a budget, but it doesn't mean that it will do what it is meant to do, nor will it be used efficiently. So it becomes important. I recall we had running battles, of course it was at local government level, when many municipalities, after realizing that they are returning large sums of money to Treasury, meant for infrastructure development and general capital expenditure, decided that they will get creative and started using money for the municipal infrastructure grant, the MIG. They started using to pay their staff. And of course, the AG picked this very, very quickly, because it's easy to pick it up. Because if you said you're going to build a road, and that road suddenly doesn't appear, and the money is gone, it is easy to find out where it went to. It's very easy. The committee, of course, is tasked to ensure that the department operates efficiently, manages public resources responsibly, and complies with relevant prescripts, including legislation, rules, and regulations. And there are lots of these which you deal with. Now I won't go before it changes, because if I press it will go twice. Okay. There we go. Monitoring the implementation of policy, and it's one of the key tasks that you have. In this case, we monitor the implementation of policies on public works, infrastructure development, and the management and maintenance of state-owned property. And the principal spoke a lot about this issue of the maintenance of state-owned property. And some of it is really in the doldrums, some of these buildings, which require upgrading, as the principal says. There needs to be retrofitting in the current stage. And of course, there are issues of safety. I heard the chair saying you are going to visit our dear telecom towers. Of course, the police ran away because it's a very difficult situation there. It's a very difficult situation. Some of us know telecom towers when it was really telecom towers, when telecom was still there. It was one of the most pristine buildings in Pretoria. There's those two towers. The most pristine. If you're coming to town, you knew if you go to telecom towers, you come to the top. Because telecom disappeared into Centurion, and we started having problems for one reason or the other. And it's part of your work is to ensure that those kinds of trends where buildings degenerate are arrested. And you have to hold the department accountable for that. And of course, the issue of maintenance that the principal spoke about becomes key. We're working on the issue of eThekwini, which you spoke about, Busan. One of the biggest problems there is maintenance. And the AG has brought this matter over and over and over again. Because the general rule of thumb in the public sector is that you must use 8%, at least 8% of your operational budget to do maintenance. And we're questioning eThekwini, so how much money do you have for maintenance? Here, we're a bit shocked by what we found out. And so no wonder some of the sewer lands itself on Umgeni River and finds itself into the Indian Ocean. And then during the peak of December, there are no tourists. Because there are implications for all these things. And as we said, we talked about development. Because if there's no tourism, it means there are no jobs. It affects the ordinary person living in Umlazi who works in the tourism sector because there are no tourists. So it's those kinds of things, of questions that you need to ask feature into all this. The alignment of public infrastructure projects and management of immovable public assets within the country's broad socio-economic goals. And again, we come back to these broad socio-economic goals, including job creation, economic inclusion, and sustainable development. We spoke about, and we'll continue to speak about sustainable development later. I'm saying that the latter, this, has become even more important now in the era of climate change. Because we can't ignore climate change. It is something that the committee should interest itself in. We are talking about this phenomenon of the so-called construction mafias, or others call them business forums. I don't know what others call them, but they do the same thing. Doesn't matter what the label is, it's exactly the same thing. Give us 30%, or else. Of course, they don't understand that construction companies actually don't make 30% profit. So you begin to threaten development in that manner. But these are issues that the committee should interest itself in our view. Another task, obviously, is the scrutinization and initiation, as the principal said earlier, of legislation, as well as the issue of public participation, which the principal spoke about, but I'm sure that DG Pumla Williams will speak more about in her later presentation and input. Now, it is the task of this committee to scrutinize all legislative instruments and amendments thereto, as submitted by the DPW or individual members, by the way, of Parliament, as Busani indicated earlier on. In so doing, we are of the view that the committee should always be guided by the principle of public interest. Again, I'm emphasizing this. Busani has already said it in different words. Because when we talk about the principle of public interest, we are saying we foreground the interest of the public rather than the interest of individuals and groups. And here, we're talking that legislation and regulations are for the common benefit of the public, especially in regard to public safety, health and wellness, rights, and quality of life. It becomes very important, and Busani, I don't want to get into a lot of discussion about this because he, I think, ably said it. You are targets of interest groups. When you do your work, someone will be eyeing who should we approach in the portfolio committee to pursue our interests. And always, the public good, public interest will have to be the guiding principle for yourselves. The committee should, of course, ensure public participation. You can't talk about the public good without the public participating. So you can't second guess what the public seeks from yourself. And therefore, engagement with the public, particularly relating to various citizens, various citizen groups and others, they must be heard. Their voices must be heard in all matters affecting them. Then the issue of project oversight, which I'm glad as you're going to Telkom Towers and other places where you say you will be going to, Chair, you've got a significant role in ensuring oversight over public works and infrastructure projects such as roads, bridges, schools, hospitals, clinics, and other public infrastructure, and occasional strategic oversight visits become key in this regard. Although, and of course, as Busani said, expert reports are also important, because we are in a field which is too specific from a technical perspective. You'll be dealing with professionals, and I'll just briefly touch on that later on. You know, professionals have got one thing. I come from the field of mathematics. If I sit with my fellow mathematicians, if you are not a mathematician here, we can speak in English, but you won't hear anything we're saying. You won't hear a word of what we are saying. You'll hear that it's English. But these fellows, sure, they're talking something which we have no idea what they're talking about. And it becomes key. And when I look around at this committee, I actually quite am happy, actually. Because I think you got the technical know-how individually and collectively to be able to engage the technical and professional people you'll be dealing with in this portfolio, because it requires that in order for two people to communicate, they need a common language. Once there is no common language or medium, there is no communication. One will communicate to him or herself, and the other one will communicate to him or herself, but there is no bridge, which is the medium. And it will become very crucial, as Busani, the principal, said, engagement with the entities, the professional entities, professional councils, which resort under entities of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, is going to be one of the key tactics of how you do political oversight. Now, obviously, the committee should hold the department accountable for the quality, progress, and impact of infrastructure projects to ensure that these are completed on time with minimal escalations and cost overruns, and of course in compliance with relevant industry standards. I'm glad you are saying you will be going to George, because there are questions to be asked there. There are serious questions to be asked. Someone must have architecturally designed that building. Was there anything in the architectural design that could have caused what we saw? Was there anything? Someone was the contractor. Someone was the engineer. Would they have foreseen this? Did they follow all the steps? And if not, what then did the professional councils, which resort under the CBE, do in engaging those who are responsible in regard to consequence management? So these are questions which you will have to deal with, as the principal indicated earlier on. Now, you also have a great task to deal with issues that are challenges in this area. It's corruption, maladministration, and project delays. Generally, in construction, there's always delays. And you know when there's a delay, even if you understand why the delay happens, you must know that in construction, the prices shoot up significantly, often twice a year. Unlike in many places, the prices shoot up twice a year in construction, not once. And so the implications of any project delay are huge from a budgetary perspective. So, and it's one of those things that then the AG, a national treasury will then characterize as fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Because if you would have held people to account in ensuring that projects are run on time, there would have been no further expenditure occasioned by project delays and cost overruns. It becomes absolutely critical. So corruption is a standard thing which should not be tolerated, because again, it's fruitless expenditure. If people start taking from the pot and channeling money from building to do something else, which is not supposed to be, or channeling money from maintenance to do something else. I won't talk more about this. You know it very well. Now, one of your tasks, of course, is to promote sustainable development, and we spoke about this through the principal earlier on. Now, this global challenge occasioned by climate change requires that we pay attention to sustainable development. Of course, with the adoption of environmentally friendly methods of infrastructure development and maintenance. And the chair did indicate, and so did Honorable Member Mokoena, that there has to be some balance between going using technologies, green technologies, and issues of job creation. But the question answered very well by the principal when you look at what China does. You know, now you can, although it won't happen in large numbers in South Africa at the current moment, but don't think it will not happen at some stage on a furious basis, that you can actually 3D print a house. You can put a machine and put a printer. Within 1 day, there'll be a house printed through a 3D printer. It can be done. I've seen it being done live. It happened before my eyes. Kind of shocked, I say, we are in trouble here. But as the principal says, we need to be able to enhance the capacity of our workforce to handle technologies. We must not imitate the Luddites. You know, the Luddites, when machinery started in England, the Luddites said, no, this can't happen. We have our jobs taken by machine. So the Luddites went to factories destroying every machinery in front. They say these things are taking off. Unfortunately, the world moves. We are now in the 4th industrial revolution. We've gone through 3 revolutions. We are now in the 4th one. And it brings about new jobs, requirement for new skills. If your skill in the past was working in the telephone exchange, well, there's no telephone exchange now. We no longer phone a place now. We phone a person. It's a fundamental change. Can't phone a telephone exchange. Can you put me to the Lubisi residence? And then you wait. You don't know who's in the Lubisi residence. This fellow at the exchange puts you through. And hey, who am I speaking to? Is that the Lubisi residence? Who am I speaking to? No. Now I'm phoning the principal in his cell phone. I'm phoning him and he can do things using those gadgets that are interlinked. Cell phone, laptop, tablet. Not the tablets that we used to write when we were in Sub A, you know. The slate tablets that's the original tablet. Now it's changed since then. So we need to be able to hold our entities to account and the department for ensuring that infrastructure projects promote global sustainability, including, among others, the utilization of green technologies, energy efficiency, reducing the carbon footprint, promoting biodiversity, climate resilience, and efficient water management. And the issue of climate resilience is going to be key over and over and over and over again. Because we know some people were surprised about the floods that are happening in KZN and the Eastern Cape. Some of us are not. We predicted that this will happen. I recall at a FOSAT meeting that I think took place in Mulderstrift, Busani. It was in 2004, exactly 20 years ago. We predicted what is happening at eThekwini. Because the data showed us that in the next 50 years then, from 2004, in the next 50 years, the west coast of South Africa is going to be very dry. And the east is going to be very wet. And at that point, we're saying we must prepare for those days. That's why when Cape Town started experiencing water shortages, we said, aha, that's what we said is going to happen. It's starting. Rains, dangerous rains were happening on the east. We said this is exactly in line with the data that we have. But the question is, how did we prepare for those in advance? We didn't prepare. We analyzed the problem and we identified it, but we didn't act on it. Partly because some of us actually did not believe the predictions. Although we showed through data, that's what's going to happen. That's what's happening. It's now with us. Now, if we, as Busani says, if you still have RDP houses and roads that are not climate resilience, we're going to get into trouble. And it is something that I think the Portfolio Committee has a role to play in holding the department and its entities to account in ensuring that we save human lives, because this is about human lives. It's people are going to die of heat stroke in the West and from floods in the East. And it's something that we need to say. Therefore, how do we prepare for that? How do we mitigate all this? Because we know it's going to happen. It's started to happen already. Now, I've been speaking about entities. I put this slide deliberately so that we see that we need a layered approach to oversight. Because it's not only the minister, the deputy minister, the department, and the entities, which you see there, the CIDB, the IDT, Agrima SA, PMTE. It's only those, but you have entities such as the CBE, the Council for the Built Environment. Under it, there are 6 professional councils, which is what Busani was speaking about. These fellows here, these fellows, these are the fellows you must be speaking to in George. All these ones. So when we say you do oversight over the Department of Public Works, it means this whole thing. So it's not just the department that sits in Pretoria, it is all these councils as well, which resort under the CBE. So when you engage with the CBE, it becomes important to engage them on these councils. And as the principal indicated, it might just be useful to give these councils a hearing and just understand what are you doing? What are you doing? Tell us exactly what you're doing. What are your goals? On various matters, including transformation and other things. Engagement with this become extremely important. as I move to the end, I would say as well, the committee might help itself by identifying key programs of the Department of Public Works. Just key programs that will make an impact. You analyze which programs will make an impact in South African development, in economic, socio-economic development. The EPWP, we are now in phase 5. So how time flies. I remember when we were designing phase 1. You need to interest yourself in the implementation of phase 5. It's a key program. There's the National Infrastructure Maintenance Program, the Infrastructure Delivery Improvement Program, Capital Works Program, Skills Development Program in the built environment. That's what the principal was speaking about. If you don't have the necessary skills, you won't deliver. It's common cause. It's common cause. If you ask me to go and design some building somewhere, you're now asking for trouble. So, to what extent have we made inroads here? Because this is not a new program. It's a program that's been ongoing in the Department of Public Works. And finally, the program to manage debt owed to municipalities by various national and provincial departments. It's one of the biggest problems we have. You go to every municipality, they say, those fellows there who are talking too much, they owe us so much money for electricity, they owe us so much money for infrastructure maintenance, for rentals and everything. We can't continue anymore. We have no money because it's being hoarded by those departments. So a few years ago, Cabinet directed that a task team led by the Department of Public Works, including National Treasury and others, including the municipalities and SALGA, must begin to take interest on this and monitor this actively, so that if there's a particular department that does not pay, they can be approached and say, here's your bill. You're causing problems in that municipality. That municipality is now collapsing because of you. You can contest the bill, of course, if you want to. But at the end of the day, you must pay and fight later. That's the general principle with bills. Pay and fight later, so that you can then be reimbursed. I know many departments tend to not like that approach. So, as I close, basically what I've been arguing here is that, if anything, the portfolio committee, when it assesses its own work and mandate, it should satisfy itself that it's able to effectively hold the department and its agencies accountable for executing its two main functions, which are its raison d'etre. It means reasons for existence. The reasons for the existence of the department is the effective and efficient management and maintenance of public immovable assets. And secondly, the development of public infrastructure in an efficient and sustainable manner that also takes the country's culture and heritage into account. And as the principal said, we need to say what role the department plays in turning South Africa into a construction site. We've been saying about this thing about construction sites. From the time when Dubai had cranes everywhere, you could swear that all the cranes in the world had gone to Dubai. Then they moved to China. They moved everywhere. Honorable Mokoena was saying now to North Korea, the DRC, Lubumbashi, Kinshasa, Kigali, Rwanda. Now they're happening in East Africa. I got my own predictions about what's going to happen in East Africa. In fact, I must say it's going to overtake us. They will overtake us. the way they are coordinating and what they are doing there, it gives me some butterflies in the stomach from a competition perspective. Of course, it's great for the African continent because that's what we need. But we all must rise at the same time. We can't have stunted development. So your role is to ask questions about why we are not seeing cranes. Because it's common cause, as the principal said earlier on. One of the most important job creators and poverty alleviation aspects of development is growth fixed capital formation. Seeing buildings coming up. It's common cause. We've experienced it in South Africa. When in 1998, the global economic crisis started, what saved South Africa? All countries were collapsing left, right, and center. We remained standing. Why? Because we were preparing for the 2010 World Cup. In 2008, not 1998, 2008. We were preparing for the 2010 World Cup. Growth, fixed capital formation. We're building roads. We're building hotels. We're building stadiums. The country was a construction site. That's what saved us at that time. It happened right at the right time. If we did not have that, we would have collapsed with everyone else. It's common cause. It happens everywhere. That's what the Chinese are doing. Eric Lee, a colleague of ours who is based in Shanghai in China, who we talk to very often. In one of his TED Talks, it's the same as Professor Zheng Weiwei. One of the things they say, they argue, it's why China develops so quickly and so sustainably. It's not because they are doing cheap labor. That's Western propaganda. There's no such thing. What they are saying is, and we've experienced it, those of us who have engaged with China quite a lot, what they say in their argument is, while the United States will fill, say, 20 rugby stadiums with engineers, here in China we fill 500 rugby stadiums with engineers. That's why they can build a hospital in 9 days. Because they've got the expertise. And it's human beings who are doing those things, as the principal said. It's not some machine doing things independently. It's human beings who are doing these things in a manner that's different. Because, the Chinese, they're unlike us here in South Africa. If you ask us, how many hours are there in a day? We say 8. So we work for 8 hours. No. The Chinese say, no, it's 24 hours. So if it's 24 hours, we'll have 3 shifts. 8, 3 shifts. We have 1 shift, they have 3. So all those ways of being productive and creating jobs through innovation, innovative thinking. That's one of the things that I think the portfolio committee should interest itself. How can we innovate in a manner that will create jobs, in a manner that will develop our infrastructure, public infrastructure, and in a manner that will reduce poverty and begin to make a dent on inequality? Those are the questions that we need to look at. Thank you very much. I think I went more than I'm supposed to. Thank you very much, Principal.
Thank you, DG. We're gonna go live now there, then we'll take the questions afterwards. Just make sure they're there. So as you can see, members, our approach is really focused on issues of development and development outcomes than just rereading the ethics code and stuff like that, because you can read that, of course it will arise. But for us, as we worry about how to get the committee to be more effective, to be to be impactful, that's the centerpiece of this discussion. And later we'll also talk about communications and how the committee should communicate, more effectively. We've seen recently how even members of the executive are communicating in national government and even in the provinces. So DG Williams will talk about some of those. So I call it, there's government communications with DA characteristics. DA ministers, they are on TikTok, they communicate now, they don't wait, they don't issue statements. And then there's a government communications with IFP characteristics, like Shenge has put his face in the water tankers there in Durban. So at least I tease him about it. And then we see recently how the committees are issuing statements. I saw last week one of the statement trended. Is she ready? I saw last week one of the statement trended. Maybe let's take 2 questions. Just bring more water. Let's take 2 questions whilst we are connecting online. So we'll start with Kamala. We'll come to Reddy, then DG will respond. We'll open it up more. Please proceed. The DG is there at the back.
Thank you very much. I think from our last committee discussion with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, it became clear that the issue is not that we don't have plans as a country, but I think the issue is about the capacity of the state. What capacity do we put or have we put in the department in order for it to be able to execute its mandate? What was shocking to me is that the Department of Public Works does not have a contract management capacity. It's really just the first rule of thumb. If you want to be in the built environment, if you want to execute projects. The second shocking thing is a project management office. It does not have. So we were sitting the last time and they said there's a police station that was started in Ngamakwe in 2012. It has not been completed. It's a police station. So when you say what could be the cause of this, and I think it's a very good case study. 12 years ago, we started this police station. About 12 million has been spent on it. But in terms of what has happened in the intervening period, some of the things that it was spent on have been stolen. So we will have to spend some more money in order to, to be able to do that. So for me, I think that's the first set of issues. How do we capacitate the department so that it can do its job? The other thing, it has also ceded a lot of the work. It gets other entities to implement on behalf of the department. It could be the TBSA, it could be any other entity. But there is no oversight from the department to see how its money is being spent. And if you don't have a project management office, you may have a budget, but you don't know how that will be how that will be spent. 86% of projects in public works are behind schedule. That's a huge number. So if 86% of projects are behind schedule, it also means that there are going to be variation orders, as the DG was saying earlier, that the price of cement, price of concrete, it increases twice a year. But it means therefore that the budgets are wholly inadequate to be able to produce what was planned, because at the time when the project started, it was 2 billion, but now it's going to cost you 4.5 billion to execute the same project. So it is those things, and for me, it's really to ask ourselves the question, and maybe it's more of an engagement with the executive to say, how is the executive capacitating the department to do its work? Because obviously you need a capital management philosophy in a department like the Public Works in order for it to do that. And then we can then come in later and then say we're going to do oversight. But for me, there is no implementing capacity. So if there's no implementing capacity, nothing is going to happen. So we need to go back to basics. The basics are not in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Facilitator. I think right at the outset, when I saw Dr. Lobisi's name on the program, it really got me excited. It's one of the reasons why I decided to come to this particular oversight visit and not my other committee. He has quite an illustrious career, both as an academic and also as one who has been involved in governance in South Africa. So I think he has a very good understanding. And his presentation today he lived up to standard. Well done, Cassius. Thank you very much. Now, what the presentation highlights is that as public works and infrastructure, we are sadly lacking. My colleague, Honorable Siade, touched on some of the areas, and it's clear that oversight within this committee has failed in the past, because if it was being conducted in the manner it ought to have been conducted, then the output would have been something that would have been acceptable. And in almost every sphere, there are issues. And I want to just touch on a few where I have personal experience, not from the perspective of being in national parliament, but from the perspective of being in local government and as a community activist. Let's begin with the EPWP program. This was so poorly organized and rolled out. I was in a municipality in eThekwini where we were told that this is the amount of money coming from Public Works for the creation of EPWP jobs. And it was done politically. I belonged to a certain political party at the time. I was a leader in a particular area. We were told, right, go there and get comrades to come and get this job. And we'll use them to put up posters and do that kind of work for the elections. So there was no real monitoring. People were getting paid every month. You would just use them for election work. And I have to be brutally honest, because if we want to be serious about improving and leaving a legacy behind as this committee, we need to be honest about these things, on what's happening on the ground. So we've had thousands of people employed in this EPWP program. There was no skills transfer whatsoever. So when the program came to an end, they were back to square one, exactly as they were when they first came into the program. So there was nothing there that would say that. So I'd like to know, when we were rolling out this program, did Public Works at any stage get a report on a quarterly basis? What's actually happening on in this program? What are municipalities using EPWP workers for? And that today, you can shut the whole program down and it makes no impact at all in government services that's being rendered at municipal level. So there too, the oversight question is something that hangs over all of us. what sort of oversight took place. Now, a couple of years ago, I think it must have been about 12, 13 years ago, I was the chair of infrastructure in eThekwini, where the idea of the interchange, Umhlanga interchange, and the N2 road was conceived. That road, that project, which was conceived over a decade ago, is still not complete up to today. If you drive there at night, nobody is working. Dr. Lubisi raised a very valid point. Go overseas. When a job is being done, workers are working 24 hours. You have 3 shifts of people that are working. And what is the output? To finish the project within the shortest space of time. So we've got this attitude in the country that nobody cares. We just carry on for years and years and years, inconveniencing everybody. You can't even get to the airport on time. You can't get to work on time because of the obstructions caused due to construction. And nobody is taking this and saying, let's relook at this. Let's take this to the drawing board. The third issue is the question of construction costs. Has anybody ever done an exercise to check, to build a small room? What does it cost you in eThekwini municipality? What does it cost you in Nelson Mandela Bay municipality, in Cape Town, in Gauteng? What is the cost? And what I'm going to tell you today is going to shock you. In some instances, to build that small room might cost you R500,000 rand. And in others, it's 50,000 rand. There's glaring discrepancies in construction costs throughout the country. Construction costs are being manipulated by unscrupulous officials working in the department, working hand in hand with unscrupulous contractors. They work together, they inflate prices. The cost of material, the cost of the labor, etc., that's built in, there is nobody that's actually doing a benchmarking kind of exercise between construction costs throughout the country and see whether we're getting value for money. I personally believe, and I've yet to be proven wrong on this, with empirical data, that the costs of construction in this country is so overinflated that it may even be over 300%. Dr. Lubisi said that 30% profit is too much for construction companies. You'll be shocked, my friend. It's way more than that. They have built into the system where they're feeding corrupt officials in departments and they're making profits of well over 60, 80% in construction work. Go and have a look, you will see. It exists there. So our oversight role has to also look at these types of details. And I would like for us, Madam Chair, for us to be able to go to some of these municipalities and other entities, even provincial public works units. And let's go and look at how they are regulating and what oversight they are performing to ensure that we're getting value for money. And finally, Chair, the issue of schools. Now, I have seen schools currently that are illegally occupied by businesses. Yeah, businesses have now taken over schools. They're running all types of businesses from the schools because Public Works has not regulated unused spaces. And let me give you some examples how we can save money and benefit communities. You get community organizations that's looking for space to put up a community facility, a training facility, or something like that. There are churches using schools, religious organizations, car washes built on schools. There's an entire old age home built on a school. And these are illegal agreements that they've made with school governing bodies. In the absence of this department coming up with some sort of a model or guidelines on what can be done. So here we are maintaining buildings which we really did not have to maintain if we just looked at creative ways of bringing in organizations that will come into those premises, take over the premises and do these types of things. Imagine if you have a school situation, right? You bring in community or even a business operation. At the moment, I've had a school where a scrapyard was operating from the school. Rodents, unsavory characters were coming to the school, and they had an agreement there. So in the absence of a guideline of how this is to be done, it's being exploited currently by unscrupulous people. Now, Chair, I'm saying that our work is cut out. Our work is really cut out. In terms of looking at all available properties that's managed and owned and that is the responsibility of Public Works, I think we need to put it all on the table. Let's look at them. Let's go out. I'd like the entire committee to go out and this Telkom towers I keep hearing about is not the only building that there may be issues with. There are many others. I met the HOD in KZN of Public Works when I was coming to here. And he said to me that the value in KZN alone of the Public Works property portfolio exceeds 22 billion rands. Are we using all that property? Maybe it's time we took a business decision and said, let's get rid of this property and start selling some of them. It might be more of a liability to us than an asset. I can go on. Let me just stop there. Stop there for now. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. I've noted you just because there's a slight connection problem. May I request that we take the 15 minutes online, then we come back here.
Sorry. Can we get water, please? Is there a problem with water now also?
Yeah, just
water.
raise the hand.
The
yeah.
water must come in. As soon as we have a break,
Please.
take the old bottles out,
Yeah.
like bottles like this, take it away, all these old bottles,
Okay.
and fill up new bottles. Thank you, sir. Thank
So if I may, Chair, because she's gonna leave, there are just connection issues. Are you able to hear me? Prof, hello? Are you there? Hello? You are muted. Can you hear us? Hello? You are muted. Hello?
Hi, I'm here.
Oh, yeah, please proceed there. Please proceed.
Oh, must I proceed?
Yes, proceed. We can hear you, we can see you.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Right. Hello?
Hey, we can hear you. Please proceed. We can see you. You won't see us, but we can see you.
Fantastic. I just want to share and okay. Do I have the permission to share here?
Yes, you
Okay.
you are sharing something right now.
Can you see my vision?
Yes, we can see. You can put on a slide mode, presentation mode, bottom right. We can see it.
Okay.
Next to the volume, bottom right, you can put it on a slide mode.
Bottom right.
Yeah, on your right, next to the volume controller. On your far right, yeah. Yeah, you can proceed.
Okay.
There, yeah. On your left, the first
Is that
screen on
it?
the left. On your left, go to the left a bit, the first one. No, not there.
Is that
There's a screen on the left. Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Not
That
this
one.
one.
That one. Yeah. You click that.
this one?
No. You moved from it. On your left, go to the screen on the left. The box on your right. That's what. Second
Yes.
one. Next one. Next one. Yeah, the one on the last one. The last one. Yeah, click there.
This
Click.
one?
Yeah. Yeah.
I've clicked. Is that okay now?
Click, go to it again and click it again. Yeah, we can see. That's it. Please proceed.
Okay.
Please proceed.
All right. Thank you, Prof. And thank you, honorable members, for the privilege to participate with you on this briefing. I understand that I have to speak primarily on conflicts of interest and ethical dilemmas. However, I will, as customary, locate this within the broader framework within which conflict of interest exists. Firstly, we have to look at parliamentary oversight or executive oversight within the context of constitutional governance and accountability. And the Constitutional Court has been very adamant that the key transformative impact of adopting the Constitution of 1993 and the Constitution of 1996 was to introduce accountable governance. And at the core of that accountable governance is answerability and the requirement of rectifying whatever mistakes may have been made. The Constitutional Court has also indicated that the Constitution introduces transformative constitutionalism, which means whatever is done within state affairs should be transformative. So at the core of that, from the point of view of executive oversight, one would be looking at the extent to which governance within public affairs is transformative. Transformative in terms of service delivery, transformative in terms of social justice, transformative in terms of democratization, and lastly, but more importantly, transformative in terms of integrity and absence of corruption and related maladministration. In SSS Makwanyane, in the Constitutional Court, emphasized the importance of the state behaving well when it comes to ethics, and basically put it to the fact that the state teaches society how to behave. And I would like to quote Justice Langa in S versus Makwanyane, the case that abolished the death penalty. He said, implicit in the provisions and tone of the Constitution are values of a more mature society, which relies on morals, persuasion rather than force, on example rather than coercion. In this context, then, the role of the state becomes clear. For good or for worse, the state is a role model for our society. A culture of respect for human life and dignity based on the values reflected in the Constitution has to be engendered, and the state must take the lead. Important here is that here it was talking about the respect of life by not killing people. But subsequent decisions of the Constitutional Court have made it clear that this respect for human dignity and life includes how people are served. And of course, from your side, if you're Parliament and you're responsible for oversight, you're not just looking at is there integrity, you're looking at is there democratic governance, is there transformative service delivery, is there an advancement of social justice, and ultimately is there integrity in the way state power and state resources are being managed. I listened a little bit to the previous session, and I thought that it allows me to segue very neatly into a fable that is essential for government understanding how important your role is. And I know you know how important your role is, but it's just when you're holding each other accountable to just remind each other that what government does impacts on what the role of society does. So I've got two fables. One is a fable where a king wanted to appoint a successor and was given 3 young people to choose from. Of course, it was a sexist society because he had daughters and they didn't want the daughters to be kings. And from the 3, he gave them the same task: 3 seeds to plant and fruits to bring back within the same period of time. 2 of them brought fruit. One of them even claimed that he has the best fruit in the land, with all of the seeds having germinated. The last one didn't bring anything and apologized for having tried his best. He got appointed. The moral of the story, which is in the children's book that I helped to co-author, is when you are in that position of authority, it becomes important that you plant the right seeds in terms of behavior with integrity. The second fable is, or maybe just the last thing, why do you plant the right seeds? We're living in a world currently that is full of turbulence. There's multiple forms of discontent. We've become the most unequal society in the whole world, despite a progressive constitution. We have poverty that exceeds the levels of poverty elsewhere in the world, unemployment. And then you ask yourself, with the kinds of resources we have, the good laws that we have, the constitution that we have, why are we not matching? Why is there no correlation between the outcomes of governance and the intentions of transformative governance as enshrined in the Constitution? And you can put some of it to failure of constitutional governance and accountability. And this is where those at the pinnacle of oversight need to firstly be au fait with the key principles of what needs to be done, so that it's easier when you're doing oversight to say, what happened? What should have happened? Because you have the playbook on what should have happened. The last fable that for me is essential is the crab effect. It's a little story that we were told as kids about a crab, mother crab, that asked the daughter to stop walking in a crooked way. Why is this important? Well, the mother said to the little daughter, stop walking in a crooked way. And the little one said, but Mama, I'm walking like you. This is where ministers, MPs, DGs, and all of those at the top of the food chain in government need to lead by example. Because even if you tell people to do the right thing, even if you show people the rules, mostly they will do what you do. Studies in ethics and leadership show that whatever strategy you have, whatever playbook you have on ethics, culture eats all of that for breakfast. As Peter Drucker once said, if as a Speaker of the National Assembly, Mogoeng CJ said, one of the crucial elements of our constitutional vision is to make a decisive break from the unchecked abuse of state power and resources that was virtually institutionalized during the apartheid era. To achieve this goal, we adopted accountability, the rule of law, and the supremacy of the Constitution as values of our constitutional democracy. For this reason, public office bearers ignore their constitutional obligations at their peril. He continues to quote in another in the same report, in the Public Protector report, we quoted a US Supreme Court justice who said our government is the potent, the omnipresent teacher. For good or for ill, it teaches people by example. If the government becomes a lawbreaker, it breeds contempt for law. It invites every man to become a law unto himself. And again, we talk about mafias, construction mafias. We've got to ask ourselves what has been happening within the state that may have supported this kind of culture of construction mafia. The current president, President Cyril Ramaphosa, addressed us earlier this year on the 26th of May, and he said the following: we had endured a decade of corruption and state capture, of weak economic growth and the erosion of public institutions. That becomes important in asking ourselves why. Apart from the fact that when there's poor conduct in state affairs, a systemic impact of that is that people start behaving in a crooked way as well. But another part of that systemic impact is weak economic growth and just poor social outcomes in that society. The president also makes us aware that there's also been an erosion of our public institutions. We talk about these institutions doing badly. I was listening again earlier to questions around why do people pay more in different provinces. When we came into government, I joined government in 1995, there were systems. And I'm not suggesting that the old state was not corrupt. I mean, there's enough evidence that suggests that that state was corrupt. But things like how much do you pay for things, it's very clear. The rules have remained the same. Even as I was public protector, the rules were the same. You firstly have to look at market value. Before you go to market, you are required by law under the PFMA to do a study of what is the average pricing of that issue in the market. And in fact, Treasury also issues some of these suggestive prices of things. So if people are paying far more than market value, it is not because they don't know what is market value. It's because there isn't enough oversight. And I do agree with the honorable member, but it's not enough oversight at Parliament only. Internal institutions should have oversight over their own affairs, and Cabinet too should have oversight of what's happening in government departments. And it's not just construction amounts that are exorbitant. It's things like tumblers, or what people refer to as glasses, where at the shop you're able to buy it for 10 Rand each, but the state would procure it at hundreds of amounts. And of course, ideally when you buy in bulk, you're supposed to pay more. But I must indicate that these things, just like Rome did not fall in one day, these are things that are allowed. And I have numerous cases that we dealt with as public protector, where somebody who clearly procured at exorbitant amounts was being held accountable by the NPA. But because they would have been eating with a whole lot of other people, well, presumably, I must indicate that I didn't have the evidence, but it didn't make sense why the case would just disappear. And when it was very clear that the person had overspent. So what is ethics? I'm preaching to the choir here, honorable members, but nonetheless, I will say that the Director of Government Ethics at Makula Center for Applied Ethics at Santa Clara University says government ethics applies to the processes, behavior, and policy of governments and the public officials who serve in elected or appointed positions. The role of government and its officials is to serve the public interest with ethical awareness and ethical actions. When government serve the public interest and avoid engaging in behavior that promotes any private interests, they are acting for the common good. So the key words there are acting in the public interest, being aware of ethical considerations and subjecting your actions to that awareness, promoting public interest in everything that is being done, which is ultimately for common good. And common good means for the benefit of the entire society, all the over 60 million South Africans, not just a few who are either related to you by politics or related to you by blood or related to you by business or any other shared interest that has nothing to do with the power you have been given to exercise in government. I want to then go into what goes wrong when it comes to ethics. And one of the challenges is really the problem of ethical dilemmas. What is an ethical dilemma? It is a decision that requires a choice between two or more possibilities that have contradictory moral implications, thus representing ambiguity and unpleasantness challenges. Most are combined with conflicts of interest. So a conflict of interest would be a case, for example, one of the cases that we dealt with in one of the Chapter 9 institutions, the person who sat on a tender committee and chaired it was a business partner with a businessman who was presenting himself for the tender, among others. In this particular case, the business person owned one business with the chairperson of this tender, of this procurement committee or bid adjudication committee. No, it was the bid evaluation committee. So they owned company A together, but the company that was presenting itself or that was tendering for a government contract was company B, not company A, the one they called. So the chairperson did not disclose that this person is my business partner in a different business and a family relative. And the matter came to us, and we tried to engage with them to understand that there's a clear conflict of interest. And their approach was that their own code of conduct only prohibited doing business with somebody that you have a business with in the company that is tendering. Also, you could only disclose a conflict of interest if you had a financial interest in the business that was tendering. And we indicated that that was lowering the bar of conflict of interest in terms of global trends, because I'll talk very briefly about where is the playbook. In any event, we made a finding in a report called A Course in Ethics. And we relied on the OEC guidelines on conflict of interest. And I would recommend to MPs that you look at those OEC guidelines, because they're very good in looking at the whole span of areas of conflict of interest. But sometimes conflict of interest, sometimes it's an ethical dilemma. My own personal ethical dilemma happened when I was public protector in a case where I was being maliciously investigated by the Hawks for having lied in court. And it was said perjury in court. But perjury is when you lie about facts. And by their own admission, they were not saying I lied about facts. They was just saying I interpreted the law differently in one case and in another way in another. So in the SABC case, I said to the public, the powers of the public protector were binding. And in a Home Affairs case in Pretoria, I said the powers were not binding. And then they called it perjury, which was just malicious. But as we were dealing with this matter, one of the lawyers said to me, it's easy. Just tell them that you changed your mind. You're advised by different lawyers in the SABC case and a different set of lawyers in the Home Affairs case. And I could have done that. But here's the problem here, and where was the conflict of interest in? The conflict of interest was if I admit that I probably missed a step, in other words, I didn't read the Pretoria Home Affairs case, which I had no memory of, which means I probably signed it in a hurry at the airport. I would be admitting that maybe sometimes I'm not as scrupulous as I'm known to be, which obviously would undermine the respect for the office and respect for me as a professional. So I could easily get away by lying. But the impact of my lie, if we now talk about leading by example, would be telling the staff that in this institution we lie when we are in trouble. Another ethical dilemma is the case of Minister of Defense and military veterans versus Mudau. So this is not a case of somebody being dishonest or somebody lying. It was just a case of a person using the power given to them to discipline a person, but because they felt that they needed to use this power to straighten the way this particular state entity was working. And this was not allowed by a court because the court looked at the trial court. It looked at the fact that even if somebody is doing something wrong, you are required in terms of the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act to follow the legal procedures. So in this particular case, though, the minister just got away with it simply because the board already had the timeline, or the contract of the board was already expiring. But had that not happened, this matter, the minister would have found herself having to redo this, even though in terms of what she was trying to fix, she was right, because it's just a case about a board that was dysfunctional and the chairperson was belligerent. So the story here in terms of your dilemma is the need to make sure that even if you're doing the right thing, you don't use a legally reprehensible way to do the right thing. You only can exercise the power that you have been given by law, and you can only follow the procedure that you are allowed by law. And a lot of ethical questions that government has found itself involved in have been prosecuted by the public using power. Again, this is part of having an accountable state. From our side, let me just quickly rush into where do you find the playbook on ethics. You will find the playbook on ethics in Section 96 of the Constitution, which Dr. Sibisi would have alluded to, and you will find it in Section 96 for the executive, Section 136 for the provincial executive, Section 195 for the broader public. I mentioned Section 195 because although the executive is governed by the Executive Ethics Code and by Section 96 and the Executive Ethics Act, it is still also bound by Section 195, because Section 195, which is Principles of Public Administration, apply to everyone. And if people just followed those principles, the state would function like a well-oiled machinery. So the copy of the Executive Ethics Code can be found, for example, it defines what needs, what is in the code, defines the what is a member of the executive, etc. It also then sets general standards that everyone should comply with. For example, you've got to comply, members of the executive must exercise their powers diligently and honestly. So the diligent part is that part of service delivery. The diligent part is that part where you make sure that you don't spend government money unscrupulously. So even if you're spending money honestly, but you are still unethical if, for example, you're paying far more than you are required to pay, then there's an issue of honesty. And honesty would be when, for example, you just generally give benefits to somebody who doesn't deserve those benefits simply because you have a relationship with them. And this is where the conflict of interest applies. B, fulfill all the obligations imposed upon them by the Constitution and the law. And B, courts have tended to take B together with Section 237 of the Constitution, which requires constitutional responsibilities and obligations to be performed diligently and to be given priority. C, act in good faith and in the best interest of good governance. So even if you haven't stolen, it's not acting in good faith or in the best interest of government if you allow state resources to be abused, or if you do not ensure that services are delivered timelessly and in good quality. D, act in all respects in a manner that is consistent with the integrity of their office or the government. Again, if you look at the Nkandla case, the Public Protector report and the Nkandla judgment, you will see there that even if you're not found to be guilty of corruption, you may be found guilty of conflict of interest if you allowed yourself or somebody related to you to benefit unfairly. 2, you also will be found in violation of your duties as a member of the executive if you did not act in a manner that is consistent with the integrity of your office. And D, act in all respects in a manner that is consistent with the integrity of their office or government. And then conflict of interest is discussed very extensively. But there's one area that I think you should just note, members of parliament, because often people tell lies to parliament. We once investigated a matter where the minister lied to the ethics committee in parliament, and from our side, because we do a forensic, we found the truth. And then we investigated, and then we asked the minister to then hold herself accountable for misleading parliament. So A and B are equally important in that ministers or members of the executive have a duty to tell the truth to parliament. And then parliament, of course, has a registrar these days that can verify whether people are telling the truth or not. You're not allowed to act in a manner that is inconsistent with your position. You're not allowed to use your position or any information entrusted to you to enrich yourself or improperly benefit any other person. So you'll see here in state capture, for example, But some of the issues there might not be, we can hold you personally accountable for enriching yourself. But if you use state power to improperly benefit another person, you are violating the Executive Ethics Code. Using information received in confidence in the conduct of your state duties to benefit yourself or others, that is not allowed. And you just can't expose yourself to any situation that involves a risk of a conflict between your official duties and your private interests, or receive remuneration for any work or service other than for performance of your duty as member of the executive. And in the interest of time, I know that you all have the Executive Ethics Code. I want to just quickly to go to talk now to just quickly to talk to the enforcement. We have a polycentric accountability framework, and President Nelson Mandela said this was done so because even the most benevolent of governments have within them people with propensities for human failings. And that's why we had this polycentric accountability framework that has innovative institutions that include the Public Protector, Human Rights Commission, and others. These institutions then need to work synergistically with each other and not against each other. But included in that is the public and the media, because without working with them and without you as members of parliament reinforcing what we refer to here at Stellenbosch University as social accountability, you lose out. If you look at how investigations are successful, they're successful when the media, the state, and the people all work together, and ultimately the judiciary plays its part. Also important here is how do you deal with punishment? I want to leave you with the issue of punishment. That part of the problem is if there's extreme punishment for the smallest of transgressions, people hide transgressions, and then you get systematic hiding of mistakes, which ultimately leads to extensive service delivery failures, corruption, and suppressing of whistleblowers. Thank you once again for the privilege of addressing you and for your interest in matters of leveling up in ensuring ethical accountability within our state affairs. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much for that input. So the DG has noted the earlier questions and comments. So let me take another round. I hope, yeah, please, maybe let's just start with her because she's online, and then we will come to the DG. Yeah. So if you may, please just make sure you amplify the voice just so she can hear. So there's two questions. We take those two questions and then, yeah. Member Mgwen, I think you have a question for her or okay. We have a question for her and then Chair.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Professor Madonsela. It's Visvan Reddy here from MK Party. In your presentation, you put up a quote from Honorable President of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, in which he said in 2024 that we are nearing the end of 10 years of state capture. I know you have been very vocal about state capture. You've mentioned it in your presentation, but I think the important thing that you emphasize is the question of ethical leadership. And I think we need to be able to deal with this question effectively. We need to go right back. And I'd like to pose a very pointed question to you, and I would like to get your views on this. And this relates to pre-1994, when the government was about to be formed, when it became known in business circles that certain individuals from the ANC would occupy leadership positions in the country. The leader of government business at the time was Ramaphosa. And we found that prior to 1994, he was offered shares in many of the established white-owned companies. My question to you is that, knowing that he was going to come into government and serve a critical role in the government of South Africa, do you think that his acceptance of these shares was an ethical decision? I want to just look at some of the words that you quoted. You said that unethical leadership could be where benefits are accrued to someone who does not deserve them. Now, these were free shares, in inverted commas, and later we realized that many of the companies that had offered him these shares are actually companies that relied on government decisions to stay afloat and to exist and to entrench their influence in South Africa post-democracy. I thank you, Professor, and thank you for that presentation.
Thank you, Sam.
So we take one more. There's one more, please. Chair, the chair of the committee, please.
Thank you, Principal, and I want to greet Prof. Madonsela and really want to appreciate your time to come and do your presentation. I want to also appreciate it on behalf of the committee. I believe all members are happy to hear from yourself. Let me shoot straight to the question that I want to pose to yourself. One, the issue of the procedure and the processes that we need to follow, in particular when you do your public participation, when for any act or the law that we want to put it in the plenary. You know, in many cases where members amongst yourselves, it's amongst ourselves, by the way, this is the capacity building to equip ourselves as members of the committee. We don't want to divert to something personal outside of what we must do as members of the committee. You have many scenarios where when we do participation and one of us feels like his or her views are being suppressed, but and feels like whatever that has been rejected by a committee, that person or a member must rush to court. And these processes that you have been talking about, or procedure, it takes a long route. How best can we try to minimize that so that there's a lot of spending of money? For example, we've been having, Nola, you call it Public Works Bill. Yes, it has been there from the 4th administration, 5th administration, bit like that. But it is based on members of a committee who don't agree to each other. And when they don't agree, one member from a different party, because they feel their views are not heard, they must run to court, and it puts everything on hold. Then the next administration, you start afresh. Then that leads us to fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So in that case, because you spoke about ethical, being a member myself and not representing or not saying I'm wearing a cap of a particular party, being ethical to yourself, how best can you advise us not to follow a suit or procedure or the culture that always impact on fruitless and wasteful expenditure? The second one is the conflict of interest. I'll make this scenario. If I'm a panel of, I'm part of the panel where we need to interview maybe commissioners. And one of them, it's my friend, my fellow friend. I then disclose or declare to the committee that person I know, the one that we're going to interview, but I don't excuse myself. Why does it have bad implications even though I've disclosed, rather than not to disclose? And if we are running short as panelists, remember when you are a panel, you become, for argument's sake, you are 6. And when you are 6 and I excuse myself, it means the scoring on itself, it gets disturbed. And one of them will not be scored fairly. So in that scenario on its own, how best can we deal with the matter? Lastly, but let me not get into that. It will create a bit of havoc. But thanks. Thank you.
You can respond to those.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, honorable members. Let me start with the first one about the president and shares in companies. And thank you, honorable member, for giving me an opportunity to explain conflict of interest. So conflict of interest exists when you are in a position to dispense opportunities, benefits, and privileges. And among the potential recipients of those benefits, privileges, and opportunities is somebody who, if you benefited that person, you too, you would benefit. So conflict of interest is when you find yourself wearing 2 hats. And they talk about conflict of interest being a position where you serve 2 masters. If you see the course in ethics that the report that is titled A Course in Ethics, and also the Nkandla report, which is Secure in Comfort. It's not if, for example, I think maybe in future I don't know, in future I might end up being the chairperson of Anglo American, and therefore now I'm sitting in a committee and I get a benefit from them, and then in future I become a chairperson. It doesn't really work like that. Where your scenario works, say, is when somebody throws what in government they refer to as a javelin. You are in government, you sell state properties as people do sell right now. You're talking about land potentially being sold. You sell it to somebody, and then within a very short space of time, you are into that company. So that's called throwing a javelin. Again, our conflict of interest laws have not tightened, but in many countries, they put a timeline within which, a cooling off period, within which you cannot now be employed as a CEO of a company whose debt you excused in questionable circumstances. One of the cases I dealt with was somebody in government who looked the other way when a business was owing the state, but ended up having a job in that business. So again, you'll have to look at what was known at the time when the benefit was extended and what gets to be known. So in regard to specifically the case of the president, I would not say there was a conflict of interest, but I would say for all of the people who got shares from companies, the whole scheme was a very questionable scheme, but not for the president, because obviously there's no free lunch. Those who extended benefits to the newly governing, they knew that, or to relatives of the newly governing, they knew that they were planting a seed. So I hope I've clarified that. I don't think there was a conflict of
Just a
interest.
follow-up, if I may. A follow-up, if I may. Thank you. Thank you. Thank
Yes,
you,
sir.
Professor, for that explanation. But I'd just like to interrogate that slightly further. When the president, I take your point that in future, so when he accepted the shares, he was not president or deputy president or not in government. But later he became the deputy president at some point. He was a senior leading figure within the ruling party. And these shares were obviously given to him in the anticipation that when he gets into that position, he would then use it to influence government business. He was head of government business. Now, Professor, do you think that he should have relinquished those shares when he occupied that position in government? I'm looking at the case of the arms deal, for example, where former President Zuma is currently facing charges, but at the time he was the MEC for Economic Affairs in KwaZulu-Natal. So he had no direct influence over the award of that particular tender. So in the eyes of the ordinary man in the street, I want us to see some consistency here. And I want us to be clear about what is this ethical leadership that we speak about. Because a man in the street will say, we have a president who is conflicted in this regard, and then you get another former president who's been taken to court where he does not fit that definition of what we call unethical leadership. I just thought you could clarify that for me. Thank you.
Right. Honorable members, I'm going to make a commitment to send you a link to the OEC guidelines on conflict of interest. The fact that you got a freebie from somebody and then eventually you are in charge of them through the lottery of life does not mean that we can ascribe a conflict of interest to your conduct then retrospectively. We cannot do that. And then you ask, should he have relinquished those shares? I don't think so, because everyone then who had a job, let's forget about shares, because what we're bringing here is one of those philosophical questions around how much is too much. Would you then say anybody who had a job anywhere in civil society can't govern, because when they govern, they would oversee laws that will impact on everyone in civil society, and therefore would only have people in government who've never worked before? Because what's the difference between having worked in a company and having received a benefit from a company? Would we then say Nelson Mandela should not have governed because he got a benefit of living in a house that was given to him by Anglo-American? It really becomes stretched too far. But the issue of President Zuma, and honorable members, forgive me here, I've never understood why President Zuma was prosecuted for the arms deal. There are many things that I disagree with him on. And on the issue of state capture, I stand my ground. But on the issue of the arms deal, you are right that he was a minor player, and it really doesn't make sense to him. He was a minor player in that his influence would have probably have come from his ANC position, as opposed to him being one of the people who were involved in the actual transaction. With the people involved in the actual transaction having not been prosecuted, it remains weird that he was prosecuted, but it's not my place to deal with that. It's up to those who deal with law enforcement to deal with that. I want to go to the second issue, which is unethical, the fruitless and wasteful expenditure that happens when people just refuse to play ball in the way the laws are drafted within our state affairs. I've replayed a slide here. Ma'am, honorable member, I'm glad you asked that question, because a good society is not only good because it has good laws, says John Rawls, who wrote a book on a theory of justice, which is basically about building a just society where common good is the order of the day. Key to a good society is a shared understanding of the rules and a shared respect for those rules. So taking this back to ethics, the only way you're going to have an ethical state is when there is good faith. And you saw when I played the Executive Ethics Code, what is also required is good faith. And one of the challenges we have in our country is we don't have a playbook on constitutional governance and accountability. Constitutional governance rules, though, have emerged time and again from the Constitutional Court. And the Constitutional Court has been very clear on what is required from government. And at the core of that is transformative constitutionalism. And refusing to play ball in the design of laws that are going to transform power relations and maldistribution of resources in our society because of colonialism and apartheid is refusing to accept the blueprint in the Constitution. And this is something I think as MPs, you should use the opportunity presented to you by the Government of National Unity to say, do we all genuinely accept this Constitution? And then using jurisprudence from the Constitutional Court, do you all genuinely accept that this Constitution requires us to engage in transformative constitutionalism? And at the core of that, for our part, is transformative governance. For judges, it's transformative adjudication. For those in business, it's transformative business practices. Transformative in what direction? Transformative towards equality and human solidarity, transformative towards honesty and integrity, transformative towards democratization, which are all the transformative towards a human rights culture, which is all the part that is in the preamble. And the Constitutional Court has judged in various judgments and has said that the preamble in the Constitution is not a decoration. The preamble in the Constitution gives us the vision of who do we want to become. And then the transformative process is when we move from being a caterpillar into the butterfly that the Constitution wants us to be. And I do think that we need to engage in that. And as part of the GNU sign on agreeing that we will not frustrate each other when we're engaging in a process or signing up on laws that are in line with the Constitution. But also in line with that, I have said previously that I disagree with what the presidents of South Africa have done since the second administration, where Parliament passes a law, and then the law sits in the president's office forever, and then much later, the law is sent back to Parliament. I don't think that is in line with the fact that we said we adopt this Constitution in order to establish a new society that is based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. Democratic values means all the Gogo Dlaminis that spent their monies driving or getting into taxis to go into public hearings in order to inform legislation. It can't then just be frustrated by a few. If people don't like the legislation, maybe then they can seek an opinion in the Constitutional Court. But it should start with all of us agreeing Are we taking this to the Constitutional Court because we personally disagree with it, or are we taking it to the Constitutional Court because it's not in line with transformative constitutionalism? And from Stellenbosch University, we're prepared to assist you to distill some of the jurisprudence that has come out from the Constitutional Court that puts a burden on government to govern transformatively in order to ensure that we progressively become the society that is invested in the Constitution. So your last question was, is it ethical, therefore, to act against the Constitution? My view, honorable member, is it's unethical. And I liked the fact that you asked that question, because ethics is not just being honest. Ethics is being principled. That's why Section 195 of the Constitution goes beyond honesty. It's about governing in ways that ensure that we meet everyone where they are, that is responsiveness, in a manner that progressively achieves equality, in a manner that ensures that we become a more equal society. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the last question. There is another question for the DG. DG, you want to check the ones that were raised? Oh, there's a thing I noted two. So Mkwena and then the chair. Please proceed, member Mkwena, yes. By the way, let me just say this, well, even before she goes. You will recall, members, in the morning I did indicate that we will make references to cases, not necessarily because we might be like more interested in it or judging a case and so on. These are things that are in the public domain, and there will be several others as well. At the end of the day, these are meant to probe, to push the envelope, to push you to think hard about these things. In your own committee, facing a similar or different situation, you might decide differently, or you might decide in a particular manner because circumstances do matter. I thought I must re-emphasize that's why some of these things are coming up. As I showed you earlier on, in the report from Pari, which we will give to you, where they were making an assessment, they make certain observations about parliament and committees and how they will have acted. There are people in society who are accusing the 5th administration and the 6th administration for failing to implement 2 reports. One was the Kata Asmal report that had done some review, and the second was the Motlanthe report that had made some assessment. So there are those who say Parliament could have implemented some of those things that were raised in those reports and that the situation would have been different. Again, we are not making a particular judgment on all of those things because the circumstances are not the same. Eventually, you will make a determination as a member and as a committee on how you make your own decisions. Apologies, member Mkwena, and then the chair.
No, thanks, facilitator. Thanks, Doc, for for elevating, I think, the discussion for me, because I think this is at the core of where the problem lies, because it supports the argument of state capacity, and state capacity not just at the monitoring level, but at actual implementation of building for the purpose of the nation. So in China, there was a big move to move iron or steel towards China so that they can improve their capacity to manufacture. And that became the main focus of development in China. It was the same thing in South Korea. In fact, even in the Second Industrial Revolution,
everywhere else, this is how it started, where the state is capacitated to build on its own. So I'm glad Honorable Gama was saying earlier on that 86% of projects that were supposed to be implemented by the state have not been completed or delayed or something. And I think it has to do with the fact that we're not in charge of the work that is supposed to be done. So when we're supposed to build a dam or a school, we procure it to some, in fact, I think it's Prof who was highlighting this, that when you're supposed to build a dam or a school, the procurement process is so long and prohibitive that we have to be delayed at the end of the day. And this is something that I think as a committee we have to look at. But it's not something that we alone as a committee can deal with. It's how the entire state works. And building the state capacity. I'm glad that the Department of Mining is now thinking of employing geotechnical engineers inside their own department so that they're able to monitor what happens in mines and so on and so forth. And that's the kind of capacity that I believe that we should be having in all departments of this government. Which brings me to the second point. Someone asked earlier on, I think it was in the group, they were asking, who is responsible for schools, right? I know there's some interdepartmental agreements between public works, education, and so on and so forth. I'm not sure what happened to the National Schools Build Management something, which was, I heard of it way back, I think it was in 2012. The problem with the manner in which we're doing this thing is primarily this, is that education should be seized with educating and not building schools, not managing schools. They should educate. So in my view, this department should be the busiest department in the entire government, because they're the ones that should be building schools, maintaining schools, building dams, maintaining dams, and so on and so forth. But what tends to happen is that the department builds and walks away. And therefore, it opens up an entire gap for corrupt individuals, because the Department of Education is not, they're not the custodians of building. So you open up an entire gap for people to procure to each other and so on and so, because the department, it's not their competence. So we need to find a way of I think from a policy perspective, of making this department to be wholly and 100% responsible for all the construction that happens in South Africa in terms of public service. Because you'll find, for instance, in China, and I use China and South Korea almost excessively because I think they've probably mastered, not 100%, but they've probably mastered the art of giving development to government. That government is at the center of development for the state. My third and last point, and you'll forgive me, some of these facts I may not be 100% because I'm new to this committee. So my third point is that you yourself and the prof made an interesting point about the fourth industrial revolution. And I think one of the key things is that we have to accept, as a third world country, which we are, that we cannot, it's not possible for us to move to the fourth industrial revolution because we're not there yet. We have to admit that. So, for instance, I'll make an example with coal and the way we generate electricity in this country. A lot of people are now talking about clean energy and so on and so forth, which one is expensive and two, it's almost unreachable for us. But what we have is coal here in South Africa. We have to accept what we have. What we have here in South Africa is a 33% unemployment rate, meaning that we have to employ so many people. And we speak about massive industrial revolution, massive industrialization, which is something that we've been speaking about for more than a decade now, but we're not implementing. Massive industrialization, the government has to be at the center of it. It is government that needs to build industry, that needs to make sure that people in massive numbers are employed. And I'm mentioning all of this because I think we need to change the way we think about where government sits in the development of our economy. Thank you, sir.
Thanks again. Hey, yeah, it's not that easy, man. Doc, your presentation was an eye-opener. It provoked few issues that I'm going to seek for your wisdom. It might not be questions per se, but will want to seek for your wisdom because I believe it's not a question and answer session, but it's a capacity building. One, I'm going to give this scenario that we are an infrastructure building committee. I'll put it in that way. But it does not end there. I served in public enterprise, DM, in the last administration. And when you talk about infrastructure on the side of Transnet, you talk about a railway station, a railway line. And I'm not sure currently. I was trying to check whether do we still have that engineering school in Transnet that was somewhere in Kempton Park, which personally I believe it was producing the best engineers who will do their the wheel of the locomotive. That was best according to what we've been when we went for another site. But then my question comes when I don't understand, as my colleague was saying, Mukwena, our role, it's broad, and in all the department, all entities, we need to put an infrastructure, but then it goes back with the capacity that you mentioned within the department or different entities that you said. You know, it provokes me to say, when you don't have a capacity for engineers within a certain department or an entity, then everything becomes a problem. I'm raising this emanating from the fact that there is a case, and I believe it's not yet even finalized, whether it's in court or somewhere. I've lost track of that. The 10, whether they call it 1040 locomotives in Transnet, where they procured those locomotives from China North. They did not fit our railway lines. So where do we fit in as public works and infrastructure? Because we have built an infrastructure, then it goes back to the entity that did not have a good information to say, when you procure those locomotives from China North, this is the specification. It means those people did not do their work thoroughly to say, this is the size of locomotive that must fit the railway line. And you brought them and they were useless because they could not fit our railway lines. But then it goes back again, DM, to what happened in Beitbridge. It means in your department, you did not have the capacity for procurement. You have procured a fencing line that was a fence like a washing line, because that line did not even last for a week without being teared apart. Then does it bring us back to the capacity that you are referring to? Or the procurement is bad? Because if you have given, and it makes me to say I must withdraw from the constructor, the person who's given the construction or the tender to do that, it means the specification was bad. When I'm given a specification to say I must buy a ballpoint, as long as you said it's a ballpoint, maybe they've got different names. It's big, or it's that one that has a nice ink. You call it a pilot. But if you did not give me, I will go and buy anything else. Then it makes me to withdraw my mind to say the problem is not with the person who's given a project, but the problem is within the department that made a specification. So I want to really understand from that point and say, we need to acknowledge as government that we don't have capacity. Then where do we start to build the capacity for procurement? Because if it was not the issue of procurement, that washing line that is made at Beitbridge was not going to be in that way. So I want to agree, if that's what you have said, Doctor, that it's an issue of capacity within the department. The same applies to the EPWP program. In my own view, as a layman or as a member of the community, EPWP does feed many people, many South Africans. Families are depending on that program. But what is wrong with it? It's the monitoring and evaluation system. And we are not going to encourage the culture of saying, let's just throw money away without monitoring it. But then the system itself, and when you say it's on the 5th stage, from 1 to 4, the monitoring system, and the minute you reach the 5th stage, it means you were satisfied. But what were the measures that made you to move to the 5th floor? If even myself, that I'm not a technician, I'm not an expert in that area, I feel this program is not well implemented because it does not currently seated. We need to acknowledge and be frank and open to South Africans, it does not make an impact. Whether EPWP workers, where they are, all the towns are dirty. It might not be their responsibility because each town has got its own municipalities, but do they make an impact to our country? The answer in most of us will say no, but what I want to put on the record is that it needs not to be finished or to be stopped, but we need to redesign, re-look at it in a different way. Lastly, you know, it's not a good reflection. For me, it even makes me to be a bit emotional when expert technocrats tells us we've predicted this some few years back, and now these are the result, and we've even produced a document. How can we be ready to deal with this matter, and the implementation is not there? There's a thin line between the implementation and the trust of those that we have employed as government to assist us to prevent some certain measures. Now we are talking about the climate change. And Doc, when you were presenting, you were talking about, you have seen this few years back. And currently, we're sitting with a problem where you have, I want to believe that even the building of RDP houses, it's part of us because we are the infrastructure. Even though we are not human settlement, but we need to play a role, because all those entities that oversees the buildings and whatever, they report to us. Then how best can we advise so that it must not go back again and we waste money, where we know in the near future, after 5 to 10 years, this thing will be in a flood line. So I think we need also to look into that. How best do we advise each other, or which pieces of legislation can we then start with it to prevent, to do things for that period, but in the near future, you see, this is danger. It will never give us any implementation, and we are going back to what we are experiencing. So the prediction on its own, how do we then assist you as members of parliament, because we have a role to advocate and also try to make legislations that will cover and assist South Africa not to fall into danger like what we have seen in KZN and Eastern Cape and other parts of this country. Thanks, Chair.
The DM wanted to say something. I'll say it now, DM, or after DG? After, okay. DG, please.
Thank you very much, facilitator and members. This is a discussion which I am very appreciative of, and it's not the first and last time we're discussing this. We keep on going in a spiral manner. This one is, yeah, this is better. Thank you. This is like a spiral manner of discussion. We take the debate of the same issue and we go up and up a spiral as we nuance what we are discussing. And there are no black and white solutions here. As Honorable Visvin Reddy, I see he's out. He's and the principal indicated, there are all sorts of contradictions as we try to find solutions, because this is an attempt to find solutions and to ask the right questions, because that's one of the key things we are doing here. I agree, and as I indicated with the what Honorable Siyabonga Gama did say earlier on around issues of capacity, which is why, and that's recognized now in government pretty well. In the last administration 6, of the 7 priorities that were adopted by government, at the top of that list was the issue of building state capacity. In the 7th administration, in the 3 priorities that government has adopted, the 3rd priority is state capacity. So it's state capacity, and state capacity. You can plan, to build spacecrafts and all sorts of things, but of course, you'll need designers of those. You'll need someone who's got a skill to build a spacecraft. You'd need a proper system of approvals and monitoring and ensuring that this spacecraft you are building won't explode with 5 astronauts in space. It will come back with people still alive, and all those kinds of issues. It's a whole value chain which everyone has now recognized. We need to do more in regard to building state capacity. All we are saying is, and that's why when I was giving you that long list of programs, key programs, which I was suggesting, look at some of these programs and decide, focus, which are the ones that you are going to concentrate on. 2 of them had something to do with state capacity. The building environment skills development program, which Public Works adopted a few years ago. To what extent is that being done? To what extent is it successful? What impact and results has it yielded? And it's those kinds of issues that we must keep on asking and ensuring that we are on track. I know we in South Africa tend to be a bit impatient sometimes with policy. We panic easily. When we decide on a policy, somehow someone or 2 people say, this thing is not working. We panic, we leave it. We adopt another policy. Or we are in the game of legacy building. I must not be seen to be doing something that was done by the previous administration. I must do something which it will be attached to my name. It's a dangerous way of doing things. It's a dangerous way of doing things. It's short-termism. If you are short-termist in your view, you won't achieve anything. Because it shouldn't be about names. It should be about the country's general development goals. That's what it should be. And we must be long-term in our planning. Because if you are long-term in your planning, from a capacity point of view, you would need to then say, what capacity do I need to arrive at that point? I recall when we were doing, when we launched the PICC, the Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Commission. We looked at these things. We adopted what are called SIPs, Strategic Infrastructure projects. We launched 16 or so. And we then began to ask the question, okay, right. Gauteng, Free State, Durban, fast speed rail line. Then we started saying, okay, how are we going to build that thing? How is it going to happen? What skills do we need to ensure that this happens? When we started breaking down, we realized that, yeah, this is a tall order.
that you talk about. And that might take 10, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. Now look at the Shinkansen high-speed train built in Japan. It was built in 1964. Same with Spain, same with France, Portugal. All these countries have high-speed trains successfully built, and somebody did that there. There was an engineer out there and they're not in the business of building a high-speed train every day. So they're obviously available somewhere. So I would think that if we are output focused and we want to build a train, we should go out into the world and seek that expertise, bring them in here and get that output of that train built as quickly as possible. I couldn't agree with you more. We've been hearing about this high-speed train between Durban and Joburg for 20 years, I think. It's been there. People have been promising election time and so on. And nothing has happened. Because what we're doing is we're waiting for those engineers to get to develop in the country before we can start with it. And I think we should broaden our horizons, not just look at South Africa. If we want to build a high-speed train, we want to build that container terminal in Cato Ridge. I know Deputy Minister would be aware of that. That's also been on the talk benches for years now. We need to bring in the people with the expertise and let's get it done.
Yes, yeah, thank you, Chair. I think we need an integrated planning and development framework. And we need to understand who we are. We do a lot of comparisons with China. We ought not, or we cannot, or we should not, unless we start to get into a long-term development plan. Before Xi Jinping, who is now a professor of thought leadership in a number of things, there was Hu Jintao, who came up with long-range plans. And when you do these things, to say you've got a 40-year plan, I mean, we have a 2030 National Development Plan. It's 2024. We are nowhere near, getting any of those outcomes that we talked about there. Because on one day we say we don't want state-led development. We think that the private sector is going to invest in public infrastructure. They don't. It's the state that does that. The private sector is not interested in anything that will give you a payback period of more than 8 years. Yeah. They want 8 years or less. So the state needs to lead. And when the state leads, you will then see the kinds of infrastructure developments that we actually require. So we can do a lot of things and we can capacitate in terms of having the people that do all of those things, but we need an integrated development framework. It talks to the physical plan, it talks to the environmental plans, which is sustainable development, all of those things. It talks to the human resources that are required, the artisans, all of those things. When do you start, capacitating from the school level to say in 15 years time, we need so many marine engineers, we need so many civil engineers, but you start now, and then you are able to then build that up. So yes, we can look at China, but we don't do anything like the Chinese. Give you one example. One Christmas, I went away on a holiday next to the development bank, this road here, and I had been to Pretoria around the 10th of December, and I came back. It was around the 8th of January. They were finishing building a building that was not there. I knew it was not there because. And I was told that it was the Chinese next to the Shell garage on the left. That building was built at the time when we were on construction holiday, because we close for construction holiday. It's a norm. So some Chinese people came here, as you say, 3 shifts. They built that thing in 3 weeks or 4 weeks. They finished it. Big buildings next to the DBSA. So it is that kind of culture that is required in order for us to be able to succeed. But I don't think we are there yet. But we need to at least own the fact that we will have state-led planning and development, and then we'll have that developmental state that we talk about.
No, I couldn't agree with you more. These things are, let me punctuate our comparison with the People's Republic of China. I recall, Principal, we had a meeting with Mkulua when he was Deputy President, with former Prime Minister Li Keqiang in Beijing, and later with Hu Jintao. Now, and they both, you know the Chinese, they've got some trick which what you discuss with one person, be certain that the next person will say the same thing. They speak from the same notes. So they never contradict each other. So Li Keqiang says to us, we must remember that we didn't start where we are. We come from the real Bundus. During the Great Leap Forward, in the Cultural Revolution, it took us years. It took the courage of people like Deng Xiaoping. What's happening in China now started with Deng Xiaoping. And he was banished to the southern cities of Shenzhen. And he said there for political re-education. Because they thought, no, this guy is mad. He wants to disturb our Chinese communism here with this capitalist nonsense. He sat there for years. They brought him back. They realized, no, hey, this guy is right. Then he ascended and became chairman. And then he started this thing and pushed it so hard. Basically, they're saying to us, hey, it took us decades and decades and decades to do this. Because we believed, we adopted a plan, and we stuck to it. We stuck to it, and we developed capacity to ensure that this plan ultimately becomes a reality. That's why I was saying earlier on, we panicked too quickly. We would have long abandoned the Chinese plan, long time ago. And every 5 years we come with a new plan. It's an issue that we need to look at. So the issue of capacity, I agree, Principal. It's an issue that we need to look at, and it's multifaceted. When we deal with capacity, it's multifaceted. You're dealing about people, you are dealing about systems, you are dealing with equipment, you are dealing with the various aspects. So it's a multidimensional. We use the word capacity, but it's a multidimensional. It's got multidimensional effect. I agree. Finally, when I leave, I think that the DM, I think, is in a best placed position to talk to how the EPWP phase 5 differs in vision and mission to the previous phases of the EPWP. And the criticism must be taken, because even if you've got a policy, even if you've got a policy as noble as the EPWP, but how it is interpreted on the ground it can be problematic. What Honorable Vince Reddy is saying as an example of what would have happened at Tegwin, we find it everywhere, actually. It's in many places. Despite how good it is, but when it comes to implementation, it becomes a problem. So you will require, you correctly say, serious monitoring and evaluation, so that then you can improve the program. We must never abandon it because of its limitations. We just need to improve it and build on what we have learned from the past. Principal, I won't go any further. Let me take all the other comments as comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, DG. DM, you want to intervene?
No, thanks, Prof. Let me take this opportunity to thank you for good facilitation and presentation you have made. Dr. Lubisi from Atichi and DG Williams and all officials, Honorable Chair and members. Just few issues. Maybe we must start by saying this capacity building must be capacity building instead of being a portfolio committee meeting where members would just juggle and deal with issues at a political level. The element of trying to get knowledge is quite important. So having said that, few comments. I think Honorable Gama addresses a point of, which is correct, I fully agree with it. He says, what is the executive capacity of the department? And I think it's a point that needs to be taken. And the history of this department has been that of being characterized by instability at an executive level. So you will have a minister and a minister, maybe 2 or 3 in a term. And then that resulted in a lack of policy continuity and strategic focus. And if you will see toward the end of the 6th administration, number of interventions at the strategic level that were maybe submitted to the Executive Council would have been developed some way back, but lapsed. Whether you talk of building PMTE as an entity with asset optimization strategy, that comes maybe back as 2012 or so. But having been started maybe in 2008 to say, look, instead of just having properties, let's optimize on these assets as the state. 2008, revive in 2013, and came back in 2023, but not implemented. So it's a lack of what policy continuity in the department, primarily because of maybe the executive and accounting authorities changing over time. And I'm sure the history, even in terms of DGs in the department, talk to that. So building the capacity also, I would therefore say, maybe if in 2012 we quickly moved toward implementation of the NDP, in the public sector, we would have achieved a lot. Because the NDP tried to move us from the bureaucracy that is so dependent to the executive, but to the bureaucracy that stands on its own. It calls for the state with the DG who has functions, more powers to give direction and hold accountable DGs at a national level, but in all spheres of government, and therefore assist to address this dependency of the administration to the political deployees. And I think building the capacity of the state should still draw lessons from that attempt of building a single public administration system. So that's my first point. My second point on the EPIT, well, let me take this as a last, maybe on comparison we've made. China has not just developed now. It came with a 50-year plan from Deng Xiaoping, coming up until Hu Jintao and now. But that plan has been implemented with discipline, high level of discipline. No one comes in and change, and it is what assists them is their governance system and their form of government. Their form of government is not the same like ours. They've got one party, I wouldn't say it's one party state, but their own democracy. It's what they would say is socialism with Chinese characteristics. Even how they elect government, it won't talk to the system we use. And the system that is used, one country, I agree that Egypt and Ethiopia are the two countries that are going to see more development. And it is estimated that by 2027, Egypt would surpass us. In 3 years ago, in preparation for the exhibition they held, they built a city, Sharm el-Sheikh. Now they've built, as Prof was saying, they've built a new Cairo. But they've built a fast train from the old Cairo to the new Cairo, disencouraging even civil servants to relocate from the old Cairo to the new Cairo, because you won't want to change your home if you can go to work and come back, within a reasonable time. And they've been so aggressive. At the center of what they've used is what they've called it's sovereign fund. Sovereign fund to fund all of these, especially these 3 projects. And they are going to grow. Ours, we've discussed, it takes a lot to plan. But also beside planning, we've got a lot of bodies that interfere with your implementation. You will have to apply for EIA if you want a fast train from here to Durban. You will have to apply maybe from here to Harrismith. Take 5 years, you apply for everything thereafter, Harrismith to Durban. So I think the infrastructure South Africa should be enhanced as the coordinating point that is able to bring all of these things. And Dr. Albis is correct. If you talk about the project of small harbors, even after Chinese came here, they assisted us on a preliminary, pre-feasibility studies. We do have that report. But they then said we can fund you with about extra 200 million. We have failed over the past 2 years to just get that money into the country. Not that the money is not there. The money is how to transfer it. It must be, should it go through treasure? Should it go direct to DPW? How? You establish a war room just for that thing. And then you get a problem. But after that, we must also not take the Chinese story easy and in a simplistic way. If you go to Durban, you'll have that spaghetti junction. I was driving from home to Maritzburg, and I saw on the ground the Chinese walking around. I asked myself, is there any special skill that you will need on the ground? And is it not what Honorable Kobe is saying? Instead of building our own skills, we import skills, even the skills that we can easily develop. And therefore, our systems must talk to each other, to our developmental goals. And the lack of coordination is a problem. I think the chair spoke to that, even the issue of training. SLN Park used to be an effective training point, as she said, for Transnet and others. My final point, I wouldn't want to address what Mr. Honorable Reddy said. For a simple reason, the way he put it, and I think the former PP talked to the culture. Culture is something you don't normally study. You live and internalize. Now, if in his context to Mr. Honorable Reddy, they were told that they must go and employ party people there and there, maybe it would have been his own culture as a person. And I wouldn't have been there in KwaZulu-Natal. I've served in many responsibilities. Unfortunately, never came to me, and I've always had a good relationship with him. I've always been a call away. Maybe it has been a culture that he inherited from the MF or from the DA, all the way to the ANC. But let me talk to the problems of EPWP. EPWP has had problems. I think we've identified few. The first one is that as a concept, we have not been, or after it started. When it started, you'll remember EPWP in KwaZulu-Natal, it started before the actual launch. Sibundebele led what was called Vuk'uzenzele, where women were cleaning the roads, even in rural areas. Then the launch. And thereafter, it lost the meaning. How do you link this EPWP to contribute to service delivery? And you had a lot of people not working, but getting this stipend. The second was that it was then affected by all kind of manipulation, not only political manipulation, but all, I would say, all issues about employment, which were a problem, relatives and all of that. The third was no trainings and the exit strategy. That then became a major problem. Then those three issues, we have tried to say in phase 5, let's correct these issues. One, focus on issues that make impact in service delivery. If you will see, we are moving toward 3 or 4 areas. One, road paving, especially for small towns and cities. Pothole patching, waste management. And in waste management, we are even saying 1 town, 1 recycling center. And if you can take a tour to Ladysmith, to Newcastle, you will see a recycling center that was established under the leadership of the late Minister Edna Mlewa. It's quite effective, it's working. So if you say 1 town, 1 recycling center, and then the EPWP feed to that, then you've got something sustainable. And then finally, it's this issue of employment, which bedevil EPWP. Is it employment or job opportunities? Should there be full-time people or not? If you make them full-time, you must know that the salary scale will become something else. The criteria for employing those people will disqualify a lot of people. So we are making those interventions, ensure that it makes impact on service delivery. 2, training must start from the first quarter. When a person is enrolled, the training must start. But training has been a problem because a person will get 4,000 a month, but be trained by 54,000 rands annually. And you will ask yourself, what are these skills? So we've said now, no, the training must be aligned, and let's use TVETs and those accredited institutions, reduce the budget and ensure that people get proper skills. Then thirdly, enterprise development. So phase 5 seeks to address all of these problems that emerge, especially on phase 3 and phase 4. And we believe that it will be then able to contribute to effective use of EPWP as a program. There are good programs of EPWP. There are, however, a number that have become a problem. And it will be good that the portfolio committee visits some of those that also are good and could be replicated. One of that is in Northern Cape, where they started on EPWP, they ended up establishing a bakery. And it's a co-op. They are working now as a bakery. Thanks, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. So, yeah, there you have it. We've gone through some substantive issues. I hope those were sufficient provocations for now. I was requested that we must do a family picture and say this is how they looked in happier days. So I wish to request, yes. So I wish to request the members on the right and the members on the left to please stand at the back there, at the back, so that we take a family photo. Please, if we can move there, we take a family photo. We will take a lunch for 40 minutes and then come back. Please, DGs also stand at the back, please. Please come through for the family photo. Yeah, you can just stand at the back behind the banner there, then we snap, snap, snap. Oh, we are the only member in good standing.